I do all my Sunday dreaming and all my Sunday scheming every minute, every hour, every day. And I'm hoping to discover a certain kind of lover who will show me the way in my arms, dear. Someone to inform, to keep me warm when Mondays and Tuesdays grow cold. And I need love all my life to have and to hold. I want a Sunday kind of love. Oh, yeah. I don't want a Monday or a Tuesday, a Wednesday or a Thursday, Friday or Saturday. I don't want nothing, baby, but I want a Sunday kind of love.
Terrible. Why didn't you call?
You look beautiful to me.
Oh, let me look at you, Joe. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
It was during the summer of 1945 that we danced to our favorite songs on the radio. And my father came home.
I want your love and more and more. I want your kisses, that's for sure. I die each time I hear the sound. They're saying, here he comes, he's Kathy's clown. You know you've got to stand tall. You know a man can't crawl. And when you let her tell your lies and you let them pass you by, you're not a man at all. She don't want your love anymore. She don't want your kisses, that's for sure. Why do you let them put you down and let them call you Kathy's clown? When you see me shed a tear, then you know that I'm sincere. I just think it's kinda sad that she's treating you so bad, and I'm the one who cares. I want your love and more and more. I want your kisses, that's for sure. And I die each time I hear the sound. They're saying, here he comes, he's Kathy's clown. You're Kathy's clown. You're Kathy's clown. I had a lot of fun making Kathy's Clown. I got to be Miss Kitty for a day and work with terrific actors, including Bruce Boxleitner. Plus, this tune was one of my favorite Everly Brothers hits. Well, this next song went #1 in October of 1990, and it's from my album Rumor Has It. Here's You Lie. In the dark, I know you're awake. The only sounds are the sounds this old house makes. Oh, I long to hear your voice. Desperate to talk, yearning to touch, burning inside. 'Cause I want you so much. So I say I need you and leave you no choice. You lie. You don't want to hurt me. So you lie. Buy a little time and I go along. What else can I do? Maybe it's wrong, but you know how much I love you. So you lie till you can find a way to say goodbye. You lie. How long until you just can't go on and the urge to break loose is just too strong? You should have let go. That's what you want to do. Oh, but you don't know if it's the right thing to do. So you lie. You don't want to hurt me. So you lie. Buy a little time and I go along. What else can I do? Maybe it's wrong, but you know how much I love you. So you lie till you can find a way to say goodbye. Oh, you I'm hitting the road with Brooks and Dunn this year, and I know with those two being the 1996 Entertainers of the Year, it's going to be a lot of fun. Here are some of the cities in the U.S. we're heading to in March and early April. Little Rock, Tupelo, Pensacola, Dayton, Lexington, Hartford, Baltimore, and Richmond. We'll be back with more videos, and stay tuned for the live chat.
Since so many good things come in 12s, we figured the week's very best country videos should come in 12s too. It's CMT's Top 12 Countdown. Hotter than a Top 5, bigger than a Top 10, it's the Top 12 Videos of the Week. It's your chance to see 90 minutes of the week's most popular country videos from the entertainers everyone's talking about.
On CMT.
Turn on to the Top 12. Friday night at 10 on CMT.
From stock car racing to races on ice, Mobil 1 has never let a driver down. From 35 degrees below to 135 above, Mobil 1 has never failed. No wonder every Corvette, Viper, and Porsche comes filled with Mobil 1. Of all the oils in the world, there isn't one that outperforms Mobil 1. At Mobil, we've been changing oil for over 125 years.
Here at Post, we don't just make grape nuts. A lot of us eat it every day. Because every day it seems there's something you need a little extra energy for. So for us, Energy for Living isn't just a slogan for grape nuts. It's for real. Ray over there, he likes to remind us that a serving of grape nuts has about twice as many carbs as Wheaties, even if there is no famous athlete on the box. Everyone have their grape nuts today? Apparently not.
That greasy stovetop yourself.
Yeah, right. I'll call in the maid.
No, call in new Easy Off Kitchen Cleaner. It's self-scrubbing, so it eats through burnt-on grease. All you do is wipe.
I think I'll give the maid the day off.
New Easy Off Kitchen Cleaner.
Good morning, starshine. The earth says hello. You twinkle above us, twinkle below.
Packages are Christian Huff's business. He picks up and drops off nearly 50 of them a day. So every morning, he opens a little yellow one labeled Chiquita, with vitamins and valuable potassium, but no fat. It helps deliver what he needs to feel better and gives him a lot to go on. Very important to Christian, along with breaks. Extremely good breaks. Chiquita, quite possibly the world's perfect food.
I'm not a baby. I want trucks with real working parts.
They want Tonka's working wheels. Real working trucks scaled down for pint-sized truckers with parts that really work.
Wow.
Open and close them and open and close them and keep them and drive them and load them and dump them and open and close them and lift them and more. They're working wheels, new Tonka working wheels. They look and play so real. They can open and close them and more.
Tonka's working wheels. Play tough. Play Tonka.
Pizza!
Just like we like it. Pizza, fresh and hot.
Pillsbury Already Pizza Crust. Just unroll. It's so easy. Top it any way you like it. And bake for a crisp golden crust.
Pizza, fresh and hot. Just like we like it.
Nothing says loving like my Already Pizza Crust. Woo-hoo!
It's your time to shine with Pantene Pro-V hairspray, the healthy spray with all-day hold. I used to think hairspray made my hair dull. Pro-V gives you the hold you need, plus the healthy shine you love. The exclusive Pro-Vitamin formula penetrates, actually improving your hair, your hold, your shine. Pantene Pro-V hairspray from the complete Pro-V styling collection for hair so healthy, it shines. Get a hold on it.
CMT's live presentation of my worldwide cyber chat will begin in about a half an hour. So head to Reba.com now. For those of you who are into the internet, I think you'll find my website to be pretty comprehensive. It includes information about my current album, past releases, my book, tour dates, a special fan club, and the Reba store. I'm a big internet user myself, so I wanted Reba.com to incorporate all the things web users want. This next tune went #1 in January, thanks to y'all. It's the title track from my double platinum album, Rumor Has It, and is also on my greatest hits album. Here's Rumor Has It.
I overheard a conversation. Your name was mentioned in, but they didn't talk
I just can't believe it. I mean, Fancy Ray Baker riding in my cab. It's some kind of weather we're having, ain't it, Fancy? I'll tell you what, I've seen every movie you've ever made, and my wife Louise, she's got every record you ever made. Fancy Ray Baker, my goodness. You know, I really didn't know you was from this area. But I'll tell you what, I think you are the most famous person ever come from these parts. But you just passing through, you're gonna stay for a while.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I said, are you just passing through, or you gonna stay for a while?
No, I'm just passing through.
Louise is not gonna believe this. Fancy Ray Baker in my cab. You know, you might want me to wait. This ain't necessarily the best neighborhood.
No, I'll be a while.
Oh, well, that's no problem. I won't even keep the meter running.
Okay, thanks.
Summer I turned 18. We lived in a one-room run-down shack on the outskirts of New Orleans. We didn't have money for food or rent, to say the least. We were hard-pressed. Then Mama spent every last penny we had to buy me a dancing dress. Well, Mama washed and combed and curled my hair, and she painted my eyes and lips. Then I stepped into a satin dancing dress that had a split from the side, clean up to my hip. It was red velvet trimming and it fit me good. And standing back from the looking glass there stood a woman where a half-grown kid had stood. She said, here's your one chance, Fancy, don't let me down. She said, here's your one chance, Fancy, don't let me down. Mama died a little bit of perfume on my neck, then she kissed my cheek. And then I saw the tears welling up in her troubled eyes as she started to speak. She looked at a pitiful shack and then she looked at me and took a ragged breath. She said, your pa's runned off and I'm real sick and the baby's gonna starve to death. She handed me a heart-shaped locket that said, to thine own self be true. And I shivered as I watched a roach crawl across the toe of my high-heel shoe. It sounded like somebody else who was talking, asking, Mama, what do I do? She said, just be nice to the gentleman, Fancy, they'll be nice to you. She said, here's your one chance, Fancy, don't let me down. Here's your one chance, Fancy, don't let me down. Lord, forgive me for what I do, but if you won't have it, it's up to you. Now don't let me down, now your mama's gonna move you uptown. I saw my ma, then I'd have left that rickety shack. The welfare people came and took the baby, Mama died and I ain't been back. But the wheels of fate started to turn, and for me there was no way out. Wasn't very long till I knew exactly what my mama been talking about. I knew what I had to do and I made myself this solemn vow. I was gonna be a lady someday, though I didn't know when or how. But I couldn't see spending the rest of my life with my head hung down in shame. You know, I might have been born just plain white trash, but Fancy was my name. She said, here's your one chance, Fancy, don't let me down. She said, here's your one chance, Fancy, don't let me down. Wasn't long after a benevolent man took me in off the streets. 1 week later, I was pouring his tea in a 5-room hotel suite. Yes, you were. I charmed a king, a congressman, and an occasional aristocrat. And then I got me a Georgia mansion in an elegant New York townhouse flat. And I ain't gonna lie. Now in this world, there's a lot of self-righteous hypocrites that call me bad and criticize Mama for turning me out, no matter how little we had. But though I ain't had to worry about nothing from now on 15 years, well, I can still
Okay, Mama. I understand. Oh, and I guess you did. CMT tells me that Fancy is a viewer favorite, making CMT's top 100 of all time. I'm glad because it's one of my favorites too. We're not far now from the start of our live chat. Remember, you can also call CMT using one of these numbers and submit questions. I'll try to answer them during the Cybercast. We'll be right back.
Take a ride on country's wild side and see the faces of CMT's Jammin' Country. You might be surprised who you'll find. Tom Petty, John Mellencamp, Georgia Satellites, Bonnie Raitt, George Harrison, Billy Joel, Chris Isaac. Start your weekend on the wild side where rock and country collide. And turn on to CMT's Jammin' Country all weekend long.
When cars raced at an awesome 5 miles per hour, Mobil Oil was there. When a race car broke 100, Mobil was in it. Mobil was in the winner of the first race across America. And since then, Mobil has been in more Indy 500 winners than any other oil in the history of Indy. So if you think that all oils are alike, think about something. At Mobil, we've been changing oil for over 125 years.
Very cute. Oreo cookies in bed?
But this is a different kind of Oreo.
Ah, the crumbless kind.
50% less fat. There won't be any crumbs.
Let me have one. Come on. Enjoy 50% reduced fat Oreo.
There's this great game called Mr. Potato Head Pals. You could take the hat and put it where the feet go and the feet where the hat goes. You get to make any face you want. I think I match.
Play school games. They grow with your child so their fun never ends.
Life is funny.
A doctor can actually see where you feel dryness when you take some sinus medicines. Many contain ingredients that make sensitive nasal tissue feel dry and uncomfortable. But now there's Sudafed non-drying sinus. Sudafed's non-drowsy decongestant, plus an extra medication in a formula to help keep nasal tissue moist and comfortable while it relieves sinus pressure. Take the right sinus medicine. Sudafed non-drying sinus. Drains away sinus pressure without drying you out.
Honey, my meeting's running late, so you need to start the pot roast. Come on, you can handle it. Just open the bag and season. Add water and seasoning, toss in veggies. The roast bastes itself in the bag, so it'll come out tender and juicy. Now feel up to tossing a salad.
For mouth-watering meals without the mess, flavor up with McCormick Bag and Season. Perfectly tender, perfectly seasoned every single time.
I'll be home soon. Think you could start without me?
Had for lunch.
We'll be back in a moment.
Excuse me. Yes, you. Can you remember the last time you sat down as a family and watched something that brought you closer together? Well, then maybe you'd be interested in a new video that does just that. It's called Family First, and it's yours free simply by calling this toll-free number. Family First shares ideas like setting aside one evening a week for the family to spend together. It shares principles that are part of Heavenly Father's plan, created for families to find lasting happiness. Principles that help teach values, promote service, and keep lines of communication open in your family. The ideas are simple, fun, and important, but best of all, they build stronger families. Family First is a gift from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints at no cost when you call this toll-free number. So please call now and put your family first.
Just a few more minutes before we're live online. You'll be able to see the chat down here and enjoy more videos too. And here's another one now. It's the first release of what was an emotional album for me. For My Broken Heart was a reflection of what I had been going through since the loss of 7 band members and my tour manager in 1991 plane crash. A lot of people can relate to this video. It's all about heartache. Here's For My Broken Heart.
There were no angry words at all as we carried boxes down the hall. One by one we put them in your car. Nothing much for us to say. One last goodbye and you drove away. I watched your taillights as they faded in the dark. I couldn't face the night in that lonely bed, so I laid down on the couch instead. Last night I prayed to learn my soul to keep, then I cried myself to sleep, so sure life wouldn't go on without you. But oh, the sun is blinding me as it wakes me from the dark. I guess the world didn't stop for my broken heart. Clock still ticking, life goes on. Radio still plays a song as I try to put my scattered thoughts in place. And it takes all the strength I've got to stumble to the coffee pot, the first of many lonely mornings I have to face. You call to see if I'm okay. I look out the window and I just say, last night I prayed to learn my soul to keep, and then I cried myself to sleep, so sure life wouldn't go on without you. Lord, the sun is blinding me as it wakes me from the dark. I guess the world didn't stop for my broken heart. Oh, I guess the world ain't gonna stop for my broken heart.
In this next video, I played a supermom who decides to go back to college. It was 1992's Academy of Country Music's Video of the Year and stars someone you might recognize as my dutiful husband, none other than that good-looking rascal Huey Lewis. I also made a television film about this story. Here's Is There Life Out There?
Order up. Pick up.
Joyce, grab that table for me, would you, honey? I'm running late. Okay, baby, you got it.
Get the phone.
I'm off. Eddie's Diner. Andy? Andy, what's wrong? Is she okay?
Yeah, she's fine, but the school couldn't keep her with the temperature.
Honey, I'll get home as soon as I can. I promise you, okay? I love you. Bye-bye.
She married when she was 20. She thought she was ready. Now Now she's not so sure. She thought she'd done some living. Now she's just wondering what she's living for. Now she's feeling that there's something.
Due for Friday, The Great Gatsby.
Is there life out there? So much she hasn't known.
Those who are not responsible enough to be on time should not waste mine.
She's done what she should. Should she do what she dares? She doesn't want to leave. She's just wondering, is there life? Hey, we're home.
Hey, Dad. Hey, son. No kidding. Hi, baby.
Oh, how's my girl? How you feeling?
Right.
Oh, not much fever. What are you wiping?
She's always lived for tomorrow. She's never learned how to live for today. Oh, she's dying to try something foolish, do something crazy, or just scared away. Oh, something for herself for a change. Is there life out there? So much she has.
I need an answer from someone. O'Connor.
She would like to continue having both the security of the
Should she do what she dares? She doesn't want to leave. She's just wondering, is there a life out there? There's a place in the sun that she's never been, where life is fair and time is a friend. But she do it the same as she did back then.
Let's go into space modules. Stop it, that's Mommy's homework. I know it's Mommy's homework. Now give me that back. Oh no.
What have you done? I've been working on that piece for 3 weeks now. Why did you do that?
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, Mommy. It was an accident.
I don't need any more accidents in my life.
Hey. Time out. Time out, Maggie.
The weeks until graduation were filled with heady activities. A group of small children were to be presented in a play about buttercups and daisies and bunny rabbits. They could be heard throughout the building practicing their hops and their little songs that sounded like silver bells. The older children
O'Connor, may I see you a moment? Your neatness leaves something to be desired, but your thought process doesn't. You have a remarkable grasp of the subject. A. But next time, try to avoid the stains.
I learned more from the stains than I did the paper.
Nancy Martin. Thomas Moss. Margaret Elizabeth O'Connor.
So much she hasn't done. Is there life beyond the family anymore? She's done what she should. Should she do what she does? She doesn't want to leave. She's just wondering, is there life out there?
editor said you had some new facts in the old Brody murder case.
He was on his way home from Campbelltown. Been 2 weeks gone and he thought he'd stop at Webb's and have him a drink before he went on to her.
Sit down, young man.
Andy Wolo said hello. He said hi, what's doing? Whoa said sit down, I got some bad news that's gonna hurt. Said,
This is my Raymond.
And you know that's right.
That's your brother.
Young bride ain't home.
Who's that?
Since you've been gone, she's
Terrible
been
woman.
that Amos voice saying,
I told Raymond she was no good.
now he got mad and he saw Ray.
But he
And
wouldn't
said,
listen.
boy, don't you lose your head, cause to tell you the truth, I've been with her myself.
I had no idea, though, that my fiance was messing with her.
Out in Georgia. That's the night that they hung an innocent man.
Raymond.
But don't trust your soul to no backwoods Southern lawyer, cause the judge in the town's got bloodstains on his hand. Well, Andy got scared and left the bar, walking on home cause he didn't live far. You see, Andy didn't have many friends and he just lost him one. Brother thought his wife must have left town, so he went home and finally found the only thing Daddy had left him, and that was a gun. He went off to Andy's house, slipping through the backwoods quiet as a mouse, came upon some tracks too small for Andy to make. He looked through the screen at the back porch door, and he saw Andy lying.
So, he killed them both out of jealousy.
That's what they wanted you to believe.
Georgia Patrol wasn't making their rounds, so he fired a shot just to flag him down. A big belly sheriff grabbed his gun and said, why'd you do it? The judge said guilty on a make-believe trial, slapped the sheriff on the back with a smile and said, supper's waiting at home and I've gotta get to it.
Get out of here!
That's the night that the lights went out in Georgia. That's the night that they hung an innocent man.
Raymond.
But don't trust your soul to no backwoods Southern lawyer, cause the judge in the town's got bloodstains on his hands.
Are you all right?
Well, they hung my brother before I could say
It just hurts to remember.
Went on his way to Andy's house and back that night were mine. And his cheating wife had never left town. That's one body that'll never be found. You see, little sister don't miss when she aims her gun. That's the night that the lights went out in Georgia.
That's the night that the lights went out in
That's the
Georgia.
night that they hung an innocent man.
Let me see if I got this straight. Your brother pleaded guilty to protect you.
Yes.
Get out of here!
And the judge didn't want to hear the truth because of his involvement with your brother's wife.
They had it all wrapped up in a neat little package. Besides, there was no one left to tell the truth except for me.
Cause the judge in the town's got bloodstains on his hands.
Who's gonna believe a grief-stricken sister of a convicted killer? The Night the Lights Went Out in Georgia was a remake of Vicki Lawrence's hit from the 70s. My role in this video was challenging because I aged from a teenager to an elderly woman. When we come back, we'll be live online, so stay tuned.
When a woman loves a man.
Turn on to passion.
When a woman loves a man.
Turn on to love.
She would be there to the end.
Turn on to Leroy Parnell.
When a woman loves a man.
Turn on to country. Turn on to CMT.
From stock car racing to races on ice, Mobil 1 has never let a driver down. From 35 degrees below to 135 above, Mobil 1 has never failed. No wonder every Corvette, Viper, and Porsche comes filled with Mobil 1. Of all the oils in the world, there isn't one that outperforms Mobil 1. At Mobil, we've been changing oil for over 125 years.
Betty Crocker frosting. Maybe you like yours rich and creamy. Or maybe you like a softer, fluffier whipped frosting. Either way, Betty's got you covered. With Betty Crocker, life is sweet.
Now, during Sears Portrait Studio's best sale ever, save 50%. Get the portraits you want for only $5 a sheet. Choose the poses you like most in your custom session. Only $5 a sheet. Hurry in.
A good sweat isn't so good once the game is over. That's why there's new Irish Spring Sport.
It has an extra antibacterial ingredient that kills odor-causing germs better than regular soap. It's new Irish Spring Sport. Play as hard as you like.
We asked people to try a pasta dinner.
That's very good taste.
Or something like you make at home. Just made me feel good. Comfort food. Do you like that?
It's Hamburger Helper.
No way.
Is it really?
Oh, wow. That's great. Are all the other flavors as good as this? I'm impressed. I'm sold. Yeah.
It's rising before you.
It's going up. Going up.
Presenting the world of Puzz 3D.
Puzz 3D. Going up.
Challenging three-dimensional puzzles that are more fun to build than you ever imagined, including the astounding new Chateau de Chenonceau and the breathtaking new Taj Mahal.
Puzz 3D. Going up. Cool la la cool on the tongue, cool la la cool, so refreshing, cool la la so cool on the tongue, peppermint, cool la la wintergreen, cool on the tongue, cool la la cool, so full of life savers, yum.
Good, okay, what color is the grass? Green! Good, what color is my sweater? Blue! What color are my teeth?
Beige, off-white, stucco, mother of pearl.
No matter how great your smile is, don't you wish it could be whiter? Now it can. Introducing new Colgate Whitening with baking soda and peroxide. It has a special ingredient for healthy teeth that are whiter.
Let's try this again.
For whiter teeth, new Colgate Whitening toothpaste.
Before cars had phones, cup holders, or even roofs, Mobil Oil was there. When Lindbergh crossed the Atlantic, Mobil was on board. Mobil was in the world's first minivans, in the first space shuttle, and in the tanks of Desert Storm. So if you think that all oils are alike, think about something. At Mobil, we've been changing oil for over 125 years.
All right, the chat is starting. I'll try and answer as many questions as possible in 1 hour. Let's play another video while we're chatting. Here's my courtroom drama, Take It Back. This one definitely helped me stretch my dancing muscles.
Is the defense ready?
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Fine. How about you, son? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready, Your Honor.
And, where is this Reba?
If it hadn't been for me, you said I stole your heart away by looking in your eyes. I wonder now how many times you sold that pack of lies. If this is how you act when you give your heart away, well, take it back. Take it back. I'll take it back. Take it back. You told me I was everything you wanted and more. Then tell me what you're doing now, sneaking out the back door. You're bringing home flowers and a bottle of Chablis. You forgot I don't drink At least they offer me, 'cause babe, I ain't got no use for you. Tonight laying on the street, babe, your bag is packed, so take it back. Take it back. Ah, take it back. Take it back. You got a ticket and I must be some kind of fool. I hate to steal your thunder, but your playing days are through. At least they offer me, 'cause babe, I got no use for you. Tonight laying on the street, babe, your bag is packed, so take it back. Take it back. Oh, take it back. Take it back. Take it back. Take it back. Looking back over the years of all the things I've always meant to say, but the words didn't come easily. So many times through empty fears of all the nights I tried to pick up the phone, so scared of who might be answering. Try to live your life from day to day, but seeing you across the room tonight just gives me away. 'Cause the heart won't lie. Sometimes life gets in the way, but there's one thing that won't change, I know. The heart won't lie. You can live your alibi. Who can see you're lost inside a foolish disguise? The heart won't lie.
Long after the night, will you still hear my voice through the radio? Desires make us act carelessly. Long after the night, after the fire, after the scattered ashes fly, through the four winds blown and gone, will you come back to me? You try to live your life day to day,
the heart won't lie. Sometimes life gets in the way,
but there's one thing that won't change, I know I've tried.
The heart won't lie. You can live your alibi. Who can see you're lost inside a foolish disguise?
You know, I love working with my buddy Vince Gill. Now keep the Kleenex coming, because this next song is heart-wrenching too. Here's It's Your Call.
It's your call, it's her. Would you rather take it in the other room? She's hanging on, and so am I. Yeah, I know all about it. Don't act so surprised. It's time to end this game you're playing. She's not the only one who's waiting on the line. It's your call, it's up to you, and I won't try to stop you if you go. But if you stay, tell her goodbye. I can't take another minute, I can't stand another night. I'm wondering if I even matter. It's something only you can answer. Here's the phone. It's your call. There's no easy way out this time, 'cause I won't live this way. She called here to talk to you with a message that I can't It's your call. Oh, that always makes me cry. Stay tuned, the chat continues after this.
Turn on to adventure. Turn on to fun. Turn on to excitement. Turn on to romance. Turn on to an American original. Turn on to country. Turn on to CMT.
From stock car racing to races on ice, Mobil 1 has never let a driver down. From 35 degrees below to 135 above, Mobil 1 has never failed. No wonder every Corvette, Viper, and Porsche comes filled with Mobil 1. Of all the oils in the world, there isn't one that outperforms Mobil 1. At Mobil, we've been changing oil for over 125 years.
Giorno un altro dollaro, un altro suono stancato ogni giorno. Devo bene, perché è giusto per la saggia di lui. All aboard! Devo bene, giusto per la saggia di lui.
I'm not a baby. I want trucks with real working parts.
They want Tonka's working wheels. Real working trucks scaled down for pint-sized truckers with parts that really work.
Wow!
Open and close them and open and close them and keep them and drive them and load them and dump them and open and close them and dip them and more. They're working wheels, new Tonka working wheels. They look and play so real. They can open and close them and more.
Tonka's working wheels. Play tough. Play Tonka.
honey, my meeting's running late, so you need to start the pot roast. Come on, you can handle it. Just open the bag and season. Add water and seasoning, toss in veggies. The roast bastes itself in the bag, so it'll come out tender and juicy. Now feel up to tossing a salad.
For mouth-watering meals without the mess, flavor up with McCormick Bag and Season. Perfectly tender, perfectly seasoned every single time.
I'll be home soon. Think you could start without me?
Wow, strawberry swirl cheesecake. She knows I'm trying to watch what I eat. Sure, Miss Nordic Track can eat whatever she wants, but I'll be a blimp if I look at cheesecake. She spent hours on this just to torture me. Okay, I'll just eat one bite. Ooh. Oh, ooh, she knew I couldn't resist.
Creamy cheesecake with half the fat from Jell-O No Bake.
Good, huh?
I'm so weak.
Jell-O No Bake reduced fat cheesecake.
My problem areas are right through my hips and thighs.
My hips are definitely a lot bigger since I had the baby.
Are your legs, hips, thighs, and buttocks the most difficult areas to trim and shape? We have the ultimate solution. Introducing the Leg Shaper Plus, new from Nordic Track.
Together with Nordic Track, we've developed an amazing piece of equipment just for women that can help us easily shape up by targeting our biggest problem areas.
Leg Shaper Plus is the ultimate solution to a woman's #1 problem area. The legs, hips, thighs, and buttocks. And it's the first machine to simulate the lunge, so you can shape up and become leaner while you sculpt from the waist down. Call now for your free video and brochure. When you order, you'll receive Linda Evans' personal program for success, a $49.95 value, absolutely free. We promise you'll see results or your money back in 30 days. Get a pair of great legs with the Leg Shaper Plus, new from Nordic Track.
Here's a couple of tour dates for viewers. We'll be with Brooks and Dunn in Greensboro on April 18th and in Knoxville on the 19th. Now, this next video was a showstopper. Here's Why Haven't I Heard From You?
Dorothy, I think you're great.
I think you're great too, Brad.
Dorothy, let's go away together.
Yes.
I'll call you at the Hollywood Parlor at 7.
Well, back in 1876, an old boy named Bill invented a contraption that we know so well. By the 1950s, they're in everybody's home. It's that crazy little thing they call a telephone. Now there's one on every corner, in the back of every bar. You can get one in your briefcase, on a plane, or in your car. So tell me why haven't I heard from you? Why haven't I heard from you? Tell me why haven't I heard from you? Why haven't I heard from you? I say, now darling, honey, what is your excuse? Why haven't I heard from you? Well, there's no problem getting to me, baby. You can dial direct. I got call forward and call waiting. You can even call Colette. The serviceman, he told me that my phone was working fine, and I have come to the conclusion trouble isn't with my line. I'm sure the operator will be glad to put you through, so dial 0 for assistance if this all confuses you. So tell me why haven't I heard from you? Why haven't I heard from you? Tell me why haven't I heard from you? Why haven't I heard from you? I said, now darling, honey, what is your excuse? Why haven't I heard from you? from you. There better been a flood, a landslide of mud, a fire that burns up the wires, and thunder so loud with a black funnel cloud, a natural disaster I know nothing about. Tell me why haven't I heard from you? Why haven't I heard from you? Tell me why haven't I heard from you? I said, now darling, honey, what is your excuse? Why haven't I heard from you? Tell me why haven't I heard from you? Tell me why haven't I heard from you? I said, now darling, honey, what is your excuse? Why haven't I heard from you?
Dorothy? Dorothy? Hello?
You didn't even call me. How dare you leave me in that beauty shop all day long? I had this green stuff all over my face. This flowing out
I've known about you for a while now. When he leaves me, he wears a smile now. As soon as he's away from me, in your arms is where he wants to be. But you're the one he rushes home to. You're the one he gave his name to. I never see his face in the early morning light. You have his mornings, his daytimes, and sometimes I have his nights. But does he love you? Does he love you like he loves me? Like he loves me? Does he think of you? Does he think of you when he's holding me? And does he whisper? Does he whisper all his fantasies? Does he love you? Does he love you like he's been loving me? But when he's with me, he says he needs me, and that he wants me, that he believes in me. And when I'm in his arms, oh, he swears there's no one else. Is he deceiving me, or am I deceiving myself? Deceiving myself. Does he love you? Does he love you like he loves me? Like he loves me? Does he think of you? Does he think of you when he's holding me? And does he whisper? Does he whisper all his fantasies? Does he love
beautiful. Reba, come here. Take a look at this.
Do you like
we
it?
got, yeah, we got video playback here. Let's roll it. Here, take a look. Look. Boom, there it goes, huh? You like it?
with.
You're dead.
It's
You're
good.
dead. Terrific. That was great, really good. Very good. Okay, I think we got this.
I sent you roses. I warned you I would do all that I could to show you the way that I feel. Please don't say I'm wasting my time. I've got nothing but time, so I'll do all that I can to catch that ghost of a chance. The sunlight, the moonlight are beyond my control, and there are stars in the heavens that I'll never hold. But if dreams give you power, then I'm strong enough to offer my heart and never give up till you love me. Till you love me. I looked in your eyes, so bright and so blue, and that's when I knew that you could be mine if good things come to those who will wait. But I guess I can wait, if that's what I have to do. Oh, it's worth it for you. The sunlight, the moonlight are beyond my control, and there are stars in the heavens that I'll never hold. But if dreams give you power, well then I'm strong enough to offer my heart and never give up till you love me. Till you love me. The sunlight and the moonlight are beyond my control, and there are stars in the heavens, oh, that I'll never hold. But if dreams give you power, oh, then I'm strong enough to offer my heart, oh, and never give up till you love me. Till you love me. Till you love me. One of my favorite things about Reba.com is the chat room where I get to hear from my fans. I appreciate them so much. The live chat will continue after this break, so don't go away.
Studio rooms, secrets in the walls. These are the stories, listen to them here. Signature series on CMT. Signature series on CMT.
CMT's Signature Series.
Of that greasy stovetop yourself.
Yeah, right.
I'll call in the maid.
No, call in new Easy Off Kitchen Cleaner. It's self-scrubbing, so it eats through burnt-on grease. All you do is wipe.
I think I'll give the maid the day off.
New Easy Off Kitchen Cleaner.
My hat. Some days you don't have time for breakfast. My books. Carnation Instant Breakfast is packed to go with vitamins and minerals and 99% fat-free. Breakfast. Carnation Instant Breakfast. It's a healthy start.
Mashed potatoes! Introducing the most exciting thing to happen to mashed potatoes since the 60s. New seasoned mashed potatoes from Betty Crocker in 3 fab flavors like roasted garlic and butter and herb.
Ooh, these are tasty spots. Daddy-o.
New from Betty Crocker.
These are beautiful shades of white for your walls, not for your teeth. Introducing new Colgate Whitening Toothpaste with baking soda and peroxide. Because no matter how great your smile is, it can always be whiter. New Colgate Whitening.
When cars raced at an awesome 5 miles per hour, Mobil Oil was there. When a race car broke 100, Mobil was in it. Mobil was in the winner of the first race across America. And since then, Mobil has been in more Indy 500 winners than any other oil in the history of Indy. So if you think that all oils are alike, think about something. At Mobil, we've been changing oil for over 125 years.
6 months is a long time.
I wish I could take you with me.
Yeah, me too. Oh.
Please, for me, all right? For the plane ride? Smile.
You love her? Oui?
Well, it's my sister. She's sick.
Oh.
Very sick.
Polaroid. See what develops.
To help you get around in Dodge Caravan, we devised a seating chart. We put the back seats on wheels, so they roll in and out. They fold flat, they recline, or they can be replaced by a pair of captain's chairs. So if you want Caravan to fit the way you live, feel free to rearrange the furniture. Dodge Caravan. Just as original as the original.
For anyone who believes there should always be someone to bring relief when people need it most. For anyone who thinks people in need can mean any people, anytime, any place. For anyone who believes a little knowledge taught in a lot of neighborhoods can make a family safer, then you must believe the Red Cross is a pretty great thing. To do all this, the Red Cross needs your generosity. Please call now and offer your support, because help can't wait.
The Fisher-Price Wild Western Town was as ornery a place as I ever laid eyes on. That is, until the kid showed up. You see, the kid had little patience for common outlaws and varmints. So he waged a one-man battle for truth and justice. And when the dust settled,
Thanks for dropping in, partner.
2 things were left standing tall. The Great Adventures Wild Western Town and a legend.
Boy, I'm really excited about my 97 tour with Brooks and Dunn. Ronnie and Kix are great guys. They're a mess is what they really are, I promise you. But we're all committed to putting on the most entertaining show we possibly can. We hope you can make it out to see us. This next video is one of my favorites and was in CMT's top 12 of 95. It was shot in Guatemala, and I played a Peace Corps volunteer who finds an old love. Here's Ann Steele.
Thousands of people live in this town, and I had to run into him. When I saw him there on that busy street, those feelings came back again. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He walked up to me, looked in my eyes, and still the world said, how have you been? It's great to see you again. You're really a sight for sore eyes. I said, I can't complain. Oh, I'm doing fine. We talked as the people rushed by. We laughed about old times and all we went through. That's when he hugged me and said, I've missed you. And still the world stood still. I couldn't move, and all I could feel was this aching in my heart, saying I loved him still. That's when she walked up to him. He said, this is my wife. I gave my best smile, but I was dying inside. He said, we gotta go now, it's getting late. It was so good to see you. And then they walked away, and still my world stood still. I couldn't move, and all I could feel was this aching in my heart, saying I loved him still. So many times I said it was forever. Said our love would always be true. Something in my heart always knew I'd be lying there beside him. Oh my told you
that losing him would cut like a knife. He walked out and died when you're alive. I don't wanna live without him. This wasn't how it was supposed to end. Hey, Mr. Big, to do it all again. I never dreamed I'd spend one night alone by myself. You've got to find out where you belong again. You've got to learn how to be strong again. I never dreamed I'd spend one night alone by myself. You've got to find out where you belong again. You're already saying that it's time again, and I know you're gonna shine
It was a lot of fun working with Tricia, Martina, and of course Linda on this Burt Bacharach Carol Bayer Sager song. On My Own was also the vocal event of the year on CMT Europe in 1995. The chat continues right after this, so stay tuned.
The songs are big.
When I said it would suit me fine if you were outside and out of mind.
The videos are big.
I know you were probably just acting polite, but you'll be sorry you ever asked why.
Big Ticket is big. You don't need to search high and low to see country's best and brightest. Turn on to CMT's Big Ticket. Tomorrow night at 8, 7 Central.
From stock car racing to races on ice, Mobil 1 has never let a driver down. From 35 degrees below to 135 above, Mobil 1 has never failed. No wonder every Corvette, Viper, and Porsche comes filled with Mobil 1. Of all the oils in the world, there isn't one that outperforms Mobil 1. At Mobil, we've been changing oil for over 125 years.
Betty Crocker frosting. Maybe you like yours rich and creamy. Or maybe you like a softer, fluffier whipped frosting. Either way, Betty's got you covered. With Betty Crocker, life is sweet.
This much dirt is a nightmare without Eureka's Dream Machine, the steam cleaner with a full-width motorized brush roll for deep-down fiber cleansing. Powerful suction to dry carpets quickly. Tools on board for above floor. The Dream Machine from Eureka.
You know, the problem with some of those portrait studios is they just don't listen to me. But Sears does. Sears doesn't tell me what portraits to choose either. I tell them. And I just buy the ones I like. The sizes, everything.
Now, during Sears' best sale ever, save 50%. Get the portraits you want for only $5 a sheet. Choose the poses you like most in your custom session, only $5 a sheet.
The way I see it, if Sears takes the time to listen, I know they'll take the portraits I want.
Yum! Oh, the taste of lime. Orange. Wild cherry. Lemon. And pineapple. So full of life. Savers.
Why do I always have pimples?
Pimples.
Pimples? Ugh.
Why do I always have pimples?
I tried stuff at night.
I tried scrubbing. Forget it.
I used that stingy liquid stuff.
And that prescription product says it could take weeks to work.
Don't get mad. Get Clearasil. Clearasil cream sucks up oil, then zaps pimples dry.
The choice is clear.
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 The choice is clear.
For clearer skin, the choice is Clearasil.
You know, I've been thinking about doing a little home improvement.
Oh, honey, please, no. Not today.
No, Dad.
please?
Not that kind of home improvement. This. It's called Family First, and you can have a free copy by calling this toll-free number. Family First can help you learn ways to communicate better, solve problems, and spend quality time together.
Dad, where'd you get all the ideas?
Oh, well, you know, I just,
From this free video, Family First.
Dad!
Family First is full of suggestions for real home improvement. Ideas that can help your family be closer and happier. Best of all, it's free. It's a gift from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. All you have to do is call this toll-free number. You've got nothing to lose, so give it a try.
Well, here's some more tour dates for you. Hope you can come out and see us in Albany, Georgia, Biloxi, Lafayette, Wichita, and Oklahoma City. You know, Ronnie Dunn and I are both from the great state of Oklahoma, so it'll be fun to play there together. Now, as the chat continues, here's another video written by a disco diva of the 70s. That's right. Donna Summer wrote this song with Bruce Sedano. Here's Starting Over Again.
Mama moved out, Daddy sold the house. They split up the money and went on their way. Now all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Mama and Daddy back together again. Starting over again, where do you begin when they've never been out on that road? Starting over again, never in the end, when their dreams are all shattered and the kids are all grown and the whole world cries. Got an apartment, she moved in with her sisters. He's scheming big deals with some of his friends, while she sits at home just sorting out pieces of leftover memories from 30-odd years. Starting they've never been out on their road. Starting over again, never in the end. What will the neighbors say? They're talking talk in small town news. Facing 50 years old, breaking up a happy home. And this far down the road, you find yourself alone, too starting over again. Where do they begin? They've never been out on their own. Starting over again, never in the end, when the dreams are all shattered and the kids are all grown, and all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Mama and Daddy back together
Well, I've got just enough time to play another video and chat a little too. And I want to tell you that I'll be chatting more on CMT in May when I'm the showcase artist, so stay tuned. Here's my latest, The Fear of Being Alone.
One more bottle of wine. You told me your story and I thought about mine. You said when you lost her, you lost everything. It all started having a familiar ring. So I asked you to take me someplace quiet. We wound up at the river for the rest of the night. Somewhere around the break of day, I could hear it coming from a mile away. So don't say that word, not the one. We both hurt too much. You may think you do, but you don't. It's just the fear of being alone. Tell you everything's gonna be alright. I must admit, it's been fun, but that's no reason to jump the gun. If this is real, time will tell. So let me bite my tongue and remind myself. Don't say that word, not the one. We both hurt too much. It's just the fear of being alone.
Well, this has been a lot of fun. I hope you continue to browse through Reba.com. Thanks to CMT, America Online, and you for this wonderful event. Take care, and I'll see you soon.
What if it's you? What'll I do? What if it's true? What if it's you?
Fury, only on TBS.
Next, a special edition of Explorer. The Earth moves, and the fury begins. A monster wave races toward land at hundreds of miles per hour. An entire mountainside of snow slides murderously downward. Without mercy, they swallow anything in their path. Without warning, they strike again and again. They are spectacular, awesome, devastating. Finally, we are discovering ways to predict these terrifying forces of nature. But just because we know they're coming doesn't mean we can get out of the way fast enough. Deadly tsunamis and avalanches on Disaster, this special edition of National Geographic Explorer.
Covered under a fresh blanket of snow, the mountains of southwest Colorado look like a picture postcard. But looks can be deceiving when you're in avalanche country.
Hello again, and welcome to Explore. This week, we have a special show all about the awesome, destructive power of Mother Nature. We begin here in the mountains around Telluride, where in an instant, you can go from frolicking in the snow to fighting for your life, buried by an avalanche. Experts in avalanche control protect themselves and the general public from disaster by actually triggering avalanches. I'm meeting up here with Mike Friedman, who's an avalanche expert. Hello, Mike.
Hey, Boyd.
Now, how do you get an avalanche to go off on your timetable?
Well, here's one of the bombs we use.
Now, I would assume the key is to throw these pretty far away from us.
As far as we can.
And how do we set them off?
Let's take off our gloves. Let me give you a couple of igniters.
So we got 90 seconds after we pull this before it goes.
90 seconds.
Okay. Here we go. I think we should clear the area.
Yeah, let's back up.
An avalanche is like a giant wave of snow, roaring down the mountain at speeds of up to 200 miles an hour. There's no time to run, and no place to hide.
In our special show this week, we're going to look at two of nature's most destructive forces. We'll learn more about avalanches a bit later in the show when we meet up with Mike Friedman again. But first, we're going to look at a frightening natural phenomenon. Tsunamis, giant waves, walls of water, sometimes more than 100 feet high, that can wash away entire towns. Tsunami, the killer wave.
Attention all stations, stand by for an urgent tsunami warning for the Big Island and the islands of Maui, Lanai, and Oahu. This warning is based on a 7.5 magnitude earthquake near Kailua Kona.
Could it really happen? Could a giant wave really menace the beaches of Hawaii? There is something out there, and it threatens coastlines around the world. It's one of nature's least understood forces, tsunami. We often see hurricanes and typhoons that churn up higher than normal tides. They can flood low-lying coastal communities. But as dangerous as these storm surges can be, they are not the worst of all possible waves. The real monsters are tsunamis, freak waves usually produced by undersea disturbances like earthquakes. They can race across entire oceans and swallow cities whole. And they can leave tens of thousands dead. Throughout history, tsunamis have generated legendary disasters, ravaging the shores of nearly every ocean and sea. Without warning and without mercy, killer waves have struck again and again. And tsunamis are as mysterious as they are deadly, because so few have ever been observed by scientists. This extraordinary footage was shot in 1952 in the Kuril Islands off Russia's northern Pacific coast. A typical tsunami,
It moved inland like a rising tide, but with far greater speed and force. Fortunately, it caused only minor damage here and no deaths. But tsunamis can be catastrophic. In the last century alone, more than 50,000 people have been killed by tsunamis. Most had little or no warning. Few were even aware of the danger. But for the people of the Pacific Rim, deadly tsunamis are not rare events. They live in the most seismically active part of the planet, an area crisscrossed by earthquake zones and dotted with volcanoes. So it's not surprising that the vast majority of the world's tsunamis occur here. In the middle of the Pacific, the Hawaiian Islands lie isolated and exposed. Its people are certainly no strangers to tsunamis, but some of them are acutely aware of the risk. Dr. Walter Dudley is Director of Marine Science at the University of Hawaii at Hilo and a leading expert on tsunamis.
I have a little on-site safety briefing.
Today he's taking one of his classes on a snorkeling field trip. But first, a few words of caution.
Okay guys, everybody listen up. We are only about 30 miles from the epicenter of two of the largest earthquakes that have ever struck this island. In both cases, they generated large destructive tsunamis. The waves took about 10 minutes to get here and were 10 to 15 feet high. So if you're out there on the reef and you feel a big earthquake, drop your gear, get out of the water and move ashore as quickly as possible. Okay, let's have a good lab. They are among the most catastrophic of all natural phenomenon. Unlike things like hurricane, there are no warning signs. The weather doesn't get bad. You don't feel the earth shake. It can be just a beautiful day, and then all of a sudden, the ocean can come up and come ashore 30 feet high. In the Hawaiian Islands, we've recorded tsunami wave heights as great as 56 feet on this island from the 1946 Aleutian tsunami. In prehistoric times, wave heights may have reached over 1,000 feet. Hilo has been struck by tsunamis as long as there's been a Hilo, but it was really in 1946 when there was a built-up downtown Hilo that we had a very, very large tsunami.
1946. After 4 years of war, Hawaiians can relax. At last, their island paradise is safe from attack. But more than 2,000 miles away, a new threat emerges from the sea. On April 1st, at around 12:30 in the morning, an undersea earthquake off the coast of Alaska generates a huge tsunami. Within minutes, it will make its first landfall on the Aleutian island of Unimak, 90 miles from the epicenter. Inside the island's Scotch Cap Lighthouse, the men feel the tremor, but they have no idea what's heading their way. When the wave slams into their island, it's more than 100 feet high. After it passes, the Scotch Cap Lighthouse has disappeared, and so has its crew. The tsunami continues racing south toward Hawaii at over 400 miles per hour. And just as in Alaska, no one here suspects a thing. Its first impact in the islands is deceptive. Some waves are as small as 2 or 3 feet, barely hinting at the tsunami's awesome power. By the time it arrives at Coconut Island in Hilo Bay, the tsunami has begun to swell to monstrous proportions. Its waves wash over the island, easily overtopping the 30-foot palm trees. Lining Hilo Bay were dozens of homes. Kapua Hewer's family lived on a bluff high above the bay.
My family ventured as close as we could to the edge of the slough when we saw this mammoth wave come in. It's 32 feet from here down to the ocean. We had to step back because where we were standing, all of a sudden it was ocean.
In the city of Hilo, residents panic when the first waves hit, fleeing for their lives. Many try in vain to outrun the tsunami.
We heard this horrible flash in Hilo, and we knew that the buildings on the ocean side were being knocked down. There was turmoil all day long. The whole town was awash with water and hurt people and lost people. We did see people in the ocean struggling, dogs trying to swim ashore. We saw that, but you couldn't do anything about it. The force of the water was so great, you couldn't venture into it. You had no chance. You felt very helpless and wondered, was anybody out there that you knew?
One photographer watches in horror as a wave overtakes a dock worker trapped on a pier. In the next frame, taken after the wave has passed, the worker is nowhere to be seen, swept away like so many others.
I had gotten up, gone downstairs to wash up.
Larry Nakagawa was 14 when the wave struck his home in Hilo.
And as I was washing my face and brushing my teeth, I heard the strange sound of gravel being thrown on the pavement. So my brother came out and said, it looks like we're having a tidal wave, so we better get on the tree. So he hoisted me up, and then my father was hoisted. He and my father were on the same branch. And because of the way the branch was, he had to hold my father around to grab hold of the trunk. And I think when the wave came, he felt that if he hung on to my father, the force of the wave would push him. And if he hung on, he would take my father in. So he let go, and he went with the wave.
It was strict horror to go into the mortuaries. When they found somebody, identified somebody, all the bodies were covered. They put a tag on the toe, but they were covered with a blanket. And when you pull back the blanket to see if you recognize them, the horror on their death and stroke was terrible when they died. They were frightened. Eyes open, mouth agape, and just a terror-looked face on them. It was very unpleasant to look at.
"25 miles northwest of Hilo, the little peninsula called Lapahoehoe lies exposed to the full fury of the tsunami. Students have just arrived in the Lapahoehoe schoolyard and are waiting for classes to start. Among them are Bunji Fujimoto and his two brothers. That day remains vivid in Bunji's memory.
I could see a wall of water coming in from out in the ocean. I compare it to filling up a cup of coffee. We just keep pouring, and once it hits the brim, it spills over, and that's what happened back here, up on the wall. It didn't stop at the wall, it just came over, spilled over, and we could see that we were in trouble. We had to run. We started running. When the wave started coming over, we started running up to higher ground to my left, where the school building was. Fortunately, we made it in time. A bunch of the other children didn't make it, the other students, mostly students in this area. My brother was down here, but we never found him. We always wonder what he would have turned out to be like later on. A boy 14 years old and just get into his prime of life. You can't do anything about it. You can't do any more than just think and talk about it.
Bunji's brother was among the 25 who died at Lapahoehoe, mostly students and their teachers.
Almost all of the bayfront area was nearly totally destroyed. The businesses were ripped right off their foundations. Many of the structures were wooden and they were totally collapsed. The railway, which was built on wooden railway ties, the wooden ties were floated up by the water and the rails twisted into pretzels.
159 people died that day, 96 in Hilo alone. Over time, the city would rebuild, but this tragedy would mark a turning point. Those who lived in the shadow of tsunamis were determined to be better prepared for the next killer wave. Just 2 years later, in 1948, the U.S. government established the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center in Honolulu. Today, the center remains on alert around the clock, coordinating the efforts of dozens of Pacific Rim countries.
We try to get a warning out as quickly as possible, and we have to go to our resources to find out where the earthquake is and what its magnitude is. And then, given that information, we issue this warning to the various participants in the warning system in the Pacific.
Equipped with state-of-the-art satellite technology, seismic sensors, and a vast network of wave monitors, the Warning Center can track any major earthquake on the planet and determine whether a tsunami is on its way. Scientists know that an undersea earthquake or a volcanic eruption, anything that causes the sea floor to shift suddenly, can displace huge volumes of water. When this disruption reaches the surface, a series of waves spreads out. They can move as fast as 600 miles per hour. Unlike a normal wave caused by wind or tides, the energy of a tsunami is evenly distributed all the way to the ocean bottom. In deep water, there's barely a ripple at the surface. But as a tsunami wave approaches land, the seafloor rises, the energy is compressed, and the waves can be pushed up as high as 100 feet or more.
It's always a number of thousands of people that could possibly live or die depending upon our decision. Here in the Hawaiian Islands, for example, every few years we have, that's interesting. We got an earthquake to deal with. It looks like it's a small local quake in the central part of Alaska.
The center detects 2 or 3 quakes every week. Most, like this one, present no threat of tsunami. But even when a tsunami alert is issued, not everyone will take it seriously.
When you go from one tsunami to the next tsunami, people don't even know what they are. So it's hard for them to even consider them a threat. First of all, you have to convince them that there is such a thing. And secondly, that it can cause destruction.
Next, they say lightning never strikes twice, but just 14 years later, a killer wave strikes Hilo again, when the special edition of Explorer returns on TBS.
The following geographic moment is brought to you by Kodak, who gives you the power to take pictures further.
I'd read about it in the old accounts. I don't think I've ever really gotten used to it. When I came to Borneo the first time, I knew that I would see blood sacrifices. I think that there's something important to be learned from how people here approach death. It's not that people welcome death. It's not that they look forward to it, but they look beyond it.
Tonight on TBS Destination Sunday, it's Disaster Sunday. Our Earth is facing complete and utter destruction. Experts warn a collision with a killer comet is very likely. Where will it hit? Where will you be when it hits? It's an all-new look at what's coming in from out there. This is what could happen if we're hit by fire from the sky. A TBS Superstation original. Tonight, 9 Eastern, only on TBS Destination Sunday.
I took a picture of Saturday. Not a special Saturday, just a regular Saturday with a Kodak Fun Saver camera. I took a picture of my feet, with socks and without. Then of my dog, Hubert. Then of my bowl of cereal. Then of my mom and dad. And to keep them true, I had the Photoshop develop them with Kodak Premium Processing. And this museum guy was there who said,
"Your pictures are mundane, yet iconoclastic, Dadaist yet relevant, flesh yet bone, obscure yet naked, stern and wrong. Certainly you would sell them to the museum."
Nah.
For $100 grand.
Deal. And opening night, this guy said,
"What was your inspiration?"
"It's my life. You never know what's going to happen, so I carry a Kodak Fun Saver camera. The way some people carry a pager."
Brilliant! What's next?
I think I'm going to take a picture of Sunday.
So then Doris is driving it, and she says, "But Elliot, I can't do the road." And I said, "But what do you expect? It's a luxury car." Anyway, we then drive it down the road. Have you ever driven down?
Bored with traditional luxury? It could be time for the supercharged Bonneville, one of the world's most powerful sports sedans.
Do you drive a luxury car, Frank?
You bet your ascot I do. Luxury with attitude. The Bonneville by Pontiac.
See ya. See ya. Night, Daddy.
I go out walking after midnight, out in the moonlight, just like we used to do. I'm always walking after midnight, searching for you. I go out walking after midnight.
Adventure lives here, deep in the heart of legendary, faraway lands, lurking within ferocious steel monsters, right in the thick of nature gone wild. It lives to take you to new extremes. It feeds on the thrill of it all. Busch Gardens, Williamsburg. Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. Adventure lives here.
We now return to Disaster, this special edition of Explorer on TBS.
Even in Hawaii, with its tragic history of tsunamis, people can forget the lessons of the past. In 1960, 12 years after the warning center was established, a massive earthquake off the coast of Chile generates a tsunami that fans out across the Pacific. Hawaii lies directly in its path. Early on the evening of May 22nd, the warning center issues its prediction. A tsunami will hit Hilo sometime around midnight. But with midnight long past and only small waves washing ashore, many ignore the alert and return to the downtown bayfront. A few even gather at the Suisan fish market to watch the waves come in. The 35-foot wall of water strikes like a bomb. Once again, Hilo is brought to its knees, with $30 million in damage and 61 dead. This wave will change Hilo forever.
Today, if you look at downtown Hilo, you see the highway along the bayfront, which used to be the railway before the tsunamis. You see a big expanse of green parkland, soccer fields, places where people picnic and play ball. And all of that was homes and businesses, very, very heavily populated before the tsunamis. If you go there today, you can see the old roads which go in, driveways, all leading to nothing. They see that area and think what wonderful urban planning we have in Hilo to have all this parkland. That's planning thanks to Mother Nature and at great expense to the city of Hilo, both in terms of property and loss of life. Tsunamis have been rare events. There has not been a destructive Pacific-wide tsunami in over 30 years. But if you look at the number of tsunami events over the last century, there's been on the average one destructive tsunami every 7 years. So in many ways, you could say that we're long overdue for the next tsunami.
Walter Dudley is not the only scientist who's worried about the next one. In the Seattle office of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, Dr. Eddie Bernard is spearheading efforts to alert the public to the dangers of tsunamis.
Most certainly they're killers. If you look at the history of the United States since World War II, more people have died from tsunamis than from earthquakes in our country. It's one of the few natural disasters that has such broad impact. Most natural disasters are very localized. An earthquake, although maybe several hundreds of miles, doesn't affect anything outside of that hundreds of miles areas. But if you add up the dimensions of the Pacific Rim shorelines, it's on the order of 100,000 miles. So one earthquake, properly placed, can affect the coastlines thousands of miles away.
In Japan, however, the greatest tsunami threat comes from earthquakes generated not thousands of miles away, but much closer to home. This island nation lies on top of one of the most seismically active regions on Earth. The Japanese know that the sea's bounty is often matched by its wrath. In 1896, an offshore quake sent 100-foot waves crashing into villages on the Sanriku coast. The next morning, local fishermen returning to shore were stunned. A few miles out at sea, they had not even noticed the tsunami passing under their boats. Now they found their homes destroyed, their families decimated. More than 22,000 had drowned. Four decades later, it happened again.
1,500 vessels were swept ashore by the wall of water, and many in their crews drowned. Government aid is being rushed, but it will be a long time before this stricken region can be restored in the land of the rising sun.
The Japanese are no strangers to tsunamis. Killer waves, like the ones recorded in this news footage, visit their shores with frightening regularity. But even the Japanese can be taken by surprise. In 1993, a quake off the coast of Okushiri Island generates tsunami waves that reach shore in less than 10 minutes. It's the middle of the night, and most do not have time to evacuate. One of the lucky ones is television cameraman Hiroshi Nakamura, who records his own escape on video.
There was a straight road from our hotel to the hills. We reached the crossroads as we were driving to the hills. Usually we would turn to the left. But the driver saw something like white waves ahead on his left side. The disaster I saw from the hill was just like a war movie. The devastation was something that made a strong impression on me. The fact that the whole town vanished is something I haven't forgotten.
Nearly 200 died that night in Okushiri. On the southern tip of the island, where there were hundreds of homes, only rubble remained. Dr. Eddie Bernard arrived in Okushiri 2 days later with a special tsunami task force.
Well, my emotional reaction was, it was like being at ground zero of an atomic bomb or something. Just, you couldn't believe the destruction. I mean, the power of these waves was far more than I had expected. Although I've been studying this phenomenon for 25 years, I'd never seen the power of a devastating tsunami and what it actually could do. And you just look at some of the structures that were ripped apart. You saw how things were destroyed entirely. Then you start to appreciate the forces at work here. Looking at a photograph of a young girl who wasn't too much older than my daughter at that time really brought home the fact that most of the people who died in this event were young children or the elderly. What we actually could see was the remnants of people's lives. And then you realize that these 500 homes had destroyed the lives of hundreds of families. And of course, death was part of that process. And so you had to be very respectful of what we were actually looking at. Although it was scientifically important, we didn't want to be disrespectful for those people who had passed away. And it motivated me as a research scientist to realize that the real reason for studying tsunamis in research mode is to save a few lives. And that's the bottom line.
Today, Okushiri is slowly recovering from its tragedy. The people are rebuilding their homes and repairing their lives. But because space is at a premium here, most new homes must be built where the old ones stood, making them just as vulnerable to the next tsunami. There is one spot, however, that will probably never be rebuilt. The devastated southern tip of the island will likely remain an empty zone, a reminder of what was taken by the sea.
Coming up, some Japanese cities have decided to fight back, but are concrete and steel strong enough to stop nature's fury? And later, it can bury a skier or smother an entire town in just seconds. The white death we call avalanche, when the special edition of Explorer returns on TBS.
The 280 horsepower Lincoln Mark 8.
What if your car slips off the road in slippery rock? Or you need the name of a mechanic in Mechanicsville? Well, if your car's insured by State Farm, just look up the local State Farm agent. Almost anywhere you travel, whether it's a big metropolis or just a little one, a good neighbor is always nearby to help. So if your car gets stolen in Thief River Falls, or you have some trouble in Paradise, hey, don't worry about it. State Farm is there.
When you want the scores and you want them now, there's a place to turn. The CNN Headline News Sports Ticker. Continuously updated scores from around the NBA. Even when the games are in progress. The CNN Headline News Sports Ticker. Now you'll always know the score. You're watching Disaster, a special edition of Explorer on TBS.
Hello, America!
Ask him what is it like floating in space? What? Do you ever get a chance to sleep?
It used to be that we just launched rockets into space.
What's the scariest moment? What about the holes in the ozone?
Today, through distance learning, MCI can launch entire schools.
Since its introduction, the John Deere STX-38 has undergone a few improvements, like a tighter turning radius, increased horsepower, larger tires, and much, much more. Maybe that's why it has the highest trade-in value in its class. And yet, even after all this, one thing is still the same, the price. But there's always room for improvement. Introducing the lowest price ever, just $1,899. It was, after all, the only thing left to improve.
300 4x4, the Foreman 400, and the Honda Recon, a 250 that's all new from the ground up. You could go to the ends of the earth and never find better ATVs. We know. We've been there.
And now, back to Disaster, this special edition of Explorer on TBS.
"200 miles to the south is another town that has long suffered the ravages of tsunamis. Over the past century, Taro has seen 3,000 of its citizens swept away. The people of this town have learned to carry on in the face of tragedy, to live with the continual threat of disaster. The last great wave struck here in 1933. It left Taro in ruins and wiped out nearly a quarter of its population. A year later, the survivors fought back. They built a wall to keep the sea in check the next time it rose. Today, the wall dominates the town, a reinforced concrete battlement 34 feet high, and in some spots 80 feet thick. For the people of Taro, it's become a familiar and reassuring part of the landscape.
In the summer, the seawall gets warmed up, and I can't sleep because the heat reflects off of it. At that time, I wish there were no seawall, but I never forget its reason for existing. If there were no wall, I wouldn't want to live here.
Taro is also protected by its own tsunami warning center. Besides the usual satellite technology, there are video cameras permitting technicians to monitor the harbor 24 hours a day, looking for changes in sea levels and awaiting the inevitable. And if alarms are sounded, Taro is ready. Crack teams of gatekeepers carry out regular drills, closing the wall's 6 doors against the sea. Each of the massive steel doors must be sealed in under 4 minutes. They've never been tested against a major tsunami. The seawall certainly offers the people of Taro a measure of comfort, but that may not be enough. Its 34-foot height should stop most waves, but the infamous tsunami of 1896 had waves over 90 feet high. There's just no way to know how big the next one will be. Back on the wave-ravaged island of Okushiri, they're building their own wall. When it's completed, it will surround nearly a quarter of the island, providing at least partial protection against the next tsunami. But the people of Okushiri haven't put all their faith in reinforced concrete. In a ceremony held every June, they pay homage to the dead, including hundreds of tsunami victims, enshrining their memories in stone.
Yeah.
darkness falls, a bonfire is lit to serve as a beacon, guiding home those who are lost to the waves. Paper lanterns symbolize the souls of the victims, released once again to the sea. It is an act of remembrance and perhaps a prayer for deliverance. The threat of tsunami is not as distant as most of us think. Half a world away from the fishing villages of Japan lies the northwest coast of the United States. The town of Crescent City, California, shares a tragic legacy with Taro and Okushiri. People here can still recall their own encounter with a deadly wave. March 27th, 1964, Good Friday. A violent earthquake off the coast of Alaska generates an enormous tsunami. The Pacific coast of North America, from Vancouver to San Diego, lies in its path. At 11 that night, Crescent City's Civil Defense Chief Bill Parker receives urgent news.
My first experience with a tsunami was a teletype that came into our office. It said that there was a probability of a tsunami and gave an estimated time of arrival in Zulu time. Well, we didn't even know what a tsunami was, let alone know how to spell it. And we certainly didn't know how to convert Zulu time to our time. And we were really devastated as to what the threat was and what to do. On March 27th, we received this teletype telling us there was a good possibility that Crescent City would have a tsunami. And we were really frightened.
But not everyone in Crescent City was frightened. Many were intrigued by the novelty and went down to the waterfront to watch the waves come in. Among them was Ray Magnuson.
I parked the car down by the entrance to the dock and left my wife there and started walking down the road. As I went down the road, I could hear a roar. Some guys said, hey, look, it's coming over the jetty. Well, I assumed it was a tidal wave coming over the jetty, which was not too good a thing to be hearing since I was not very far above sea level. I waited and watched, and pretty soon up the road you could see water coming. And then there was a cafe on the right-hand side of the road looking down, and the cafe slid across the road. I thought at that time, I said, I better get out of here. So I turned and started walking. The water was chasing me. I was still behind me, and I got back to the car. Anyway, the water kept coming, and as you know, Volkswagens float. Well, sure enough, ours began to float. You could hear the explosions up in town. As things began to be destroyed, you could hear things break. The big hunk of lumber stopped right in front of the car, made a breakwater, and the car just floated there. Water went out, and we drove away.
We had no idea of the extent of the damage, and we were all dumbfounded when we looked out there. We could not believe it. I gave a report to the director of emergency services of the state of California. He was giving a report to the governor, and I told him I think that Crescent City is gone.
The final toll, 11 people killed. More than $7 million in damage. And now we all knew a tsunami could happen anywhere. Not just far away, but right here at home. Three decades later, the people of Crescent City are better prepared. But unlike the Japanese, they have no seawalls, no computerized warning system, No video cameras guarding the town. If a tsunami struck here tomorrow, this town could be devastated once again.
Still ahead, could another major tsunami strike close to home? Residents of one town in the Pacific Northwest aren't taking any chances. The special edition of Explorer will be back on TBS.
Land Rover invites you to test your knowledge of the world with National Geographic Atlas. The volcanic island of Krakatoa is found in which ocean? The Atlantic, the Pacific, the Indian? Stay tuned for the answer right after this.
The Land Rover Discovery can take you just about anywhere in the world. So do pay attention. Buy or lease a Discovery by March 31st and get free scheduled maintenance.
And now the Atlas answer. The Indian Ocean. Krakatoa volcano lies within the Sunda Strait between the Indonesian islands of Sumatra and Java. In 1883, Krakatoa's violent eruption resulted in the deaths of 36,000 people and was heard 2,900 miles away. Perhaps the loudest sound ever heard on Earth.
I've got a brand new role to play now, ex-smoker. Only this time, I'm not acting. After 50 years of smoking, I've finally quit for real. I got some help, the Nicotrol patch. From day one, Nicotrol helped control even my tough cravings. There were no multiple steps, no lengthy regimens. In 6 weeks, I'd quit. When your cravings are tough, Nicotrol is tougher. Ex-smoker. This is a role I'll be playing for a long, long time.
Can you believe those Potterfields?
What do you mean?
What? They went to Disney World.
Again?
Yeah, for that 25th anniversary.
When are they going to realize they're not kids anymore?
I don't know what's gotten into them.
Still whooping it up like a couple of teenagers, running around like they don't have a care in the world. It's ridiculous. What if we all acted that way?
Come celebrate Disney World's 25th anniversary. Call 1-407-WDisney.
Say Mickey.
And remember the magic.
Is your brush working as hard as you to keep your teeth and gums healthy? This one can. It's from Oral-B, the brand more dentists use themselves. It's the Advantage, with whole bristle cleaning. Unlike ordinary brushes with smooth bristles, Advantage has micro-textured bristles designed to clean plaque with the whole bristle, not just the tip. Micro-textured bristles with triple the cleaning surfaces, so each bristle works harder. The Oral-B Advantage. Finally a brush that works as hard as you do.
This is the Silicon Prairie, where we get 30,000 calls a day here at Gateway 2000. How come?
Because it was the best value.
I got my money's worth.
We built the computer that I needed.
I needed a high-performance machine, and that's what I got.
And they were great. I felt comfortable right away.
Great big boxes, look like a cow.
I got a fork.
Gateway computers feature the Intel Pentium processor. To find out more, call 1-800-GATEWAY. Isn't it time you called?
Tonight on TBS Destination Sunday, it's Disaster Sunday. Our Earth is facing complete and utter destruction. Experts warn a collision with a killer comet is very likely. Where will it hit? Where will you be when it hits? It's an all-new look at what's coming in from out there. This is what could happen if we're hit by fire from the sky. A TBS Superstation original. Tonight, 9 Eastern, only on TBS Destination Sunday.
We now return to Disaster, this special edition of Explorer on TBS.
Was the Crescent City disaster a unique event? Or could another tsunami strike the Pacific Northwest? Giant waves are part of the oral traditions of many Native American tribes who lived along these shores. The Tolowa people spoke of one such event.
The grandmother told the two children to go right away as fast as they could. The two children ran as fast as they could. Upstream, away from the harbor. Halfway there, they looked back. They could see the water come. They could hear the people cry. They could hear the cries rise and fade away. When they reached the top of the mountain, the boy made a fire, and they sat around it. When the sun came up, everything was gone. They went back to where their house had been. There wasn't anything there. Everything was swept clean.
It's only a legend, but it may be based upon a terrifying reality. Just offshore and several thousand feet down lies the Cascadia Subduction Zone. It's a 900-mile crack in the Earth's crust, capable of producing powerful earthquakes. A tsunami generated here could reach the coast in less than 20 minutes. Near the mouth of the Copalis River in southern Washington, geologist Brian Atwater seeks evidence of just such an event. Evidence that would correspond to some of the ancient stories. The first indication of a catastrophe, a dreary grove called the Ghost Forest. These trees were flourishing some 3 centuries ago, when an earthquake caused the riverbanks to sink, and what had been high ground became a salt marsh, poisoning the trees. The same earthquake almost certainly generated a tsunami here. Atwater believes he's found more clues in the banks of the river, telltale signs embedded in the soil itself, revealing that this region was indeed flooded by a tsunami.
It's got a big piece of burned wood in here. I assume it's a campfire. We might have a fire pit coming out of this here. So we got a 3-layer cake here. We go back 300 years or a little more to a time when this site was a forest. It had Sitka spruce, it had western red cedar, and it had native people who were cooking using rocks like this. The brown layer records the campsite and the forest floor. The gray layer represents the tsunami generated by an earthquake 300 years ago. The tsunami comes in, dumps the sand on the campsite. Then the mud builds up on top of the tsunami deposit because the land had dropped during the earthquake.
But this wasn't the only great wave to strike the coast of Washington. Atwater and other scientists have found more evidence of earthquakes and tsunami in the distant past.
There was a tsunami about 1,000 years ago, generated in Puget Sound by an earthquake probably as large as the Kobe earthquake on a fault that goes right under downtown Seattle. During the earthquake, land was moved upward 20 feet. The floor of Puget Sound probably moved upward as well. If the floor moves up, the surface of Puget Sound up here moves up temporarily. It's 20 feet higher than it wants to be. Gravity takes over and you get a big wave. So that's what happened 1,000 years ago in Puget Sound.
And it could happen again. Scientists believe there's a 1 in 10 chance of a major tsunami striking the Pacific Northwest in the next 50 years.
Here in Washington, there are many places where people do not yet have enough information from public officials about what they should do in the event of one of these. They do not yet have posted the kinds of tsunami warning signs that one sees in Oregon now that help to direct a person, just sort of put in the mind every day as you drive past it. You see this on the Outer Banks in North Carolina, hurricane evacuation route. These kinds of signs need to be up on this coast. So in the event of one of these kinds of tsunamis, people think, oh yeah, I remember about that sign. It said go up that road. And there might be high ground far enough up that road, far enough away that you could survive the effect of the tsunami.
Brian Atwater isn't trying to scare people. He just hopes to raise public awareness. And the message is finally getting across. Government officials have begun developing new strategies to save lives when the next tsunami strikes. The state of Oregon has recently drawn a line in the sand, establishing a 300-mile-long inundation zone along their coast. Because of the risk, no new schools or hospitals can be constructed close to shore without special permission. One town that lies within the zone is Cannon Beach. It's a quiet little resort town whose population swells to as much as 20,000 in the summer. Cannon Beach is more prepared for a tsunami than most towns, conducting regular tests of its warning system.
Test.
But they don't want to frighten the residents or the tourists, so the shrill siren is replaced with something a little bit friendlier. The folks in Cannon Beach have maintained their sense of humor, but they do take tsunamis seriously. They know they have a lot to lose, especially here at Cannon Beach Elementary, only 400 feet from the ocean.
We're going to add RE to the beginning of the word. So what would be the new word if you add RE to the first word? Brian B?
Regain.
Regain is right. And how do you spell regain, Nathan?
R-E-G-A-I-N.
Right.
These kids are well aware of the tsunami threat, and they know what to do when the alarm bell rings.
Section Conley, class.
Get your hand ready to take your buddy.
They have only a few minutes to get to higher ground.
We are past the 50-foot mark. You guys did it this time in 13 minutes and 30 seconds. Great job! You hustled all the way up. I saw people encouraging one another. You not only focused on keeping yourself and your partner straight, but you also, and safe, but you also were encouraging people all the way up. I really, really appreciate that. Great job. Give yourselves one more hand. All right. Great.
Plans are in the works to relocate the school, but until then, evacuation drills will continue. It's the only way to prevent a catastrophe. The last tsunami hit Cannon Beach 30 years ago. And in the school playground, there's chilling evidence of its power. The steel swing set bears scars inflicted by trees, uprooted and hurled about by the waves. Fortunately, that tsunami struck at night when the schoolyard was empty. The next one could happen any time. Cannon Beach is well aware of the dangers of tsunami, but there are other towns at risk along the Pacific coast, and many of them are simply unprepared.
For the state of Washington, there's a resort area called Long Beach. It's a low-lying sand barrier. And during the summer months, sometimes there's as many as 40 or 50,000 people that are out there in recreational activities. That would be by far the worst case scenario because there's only one way out of that. And that poses a very gruesome picture. Probably the people could not evacuate in time. And anything that's not reinforced concrete will be wiped out. And it becomes timber in the water then, causing more damage because now it's incorporated as part of the wave. Automobiles would become floating objects and they'd be propelled all over the place. So as a wave sweeps back and forth across, it would probably just bulldoze and leave probably 6 or 8 inches of sand. So when it's all over, it'll be a nice, smooth, sandy beach without any of man's structures on it anymore.
We'll return to Disaster, this special edition of Explorer on TBS.
The world is full of stories, like this one, about the endangered loggerhead sea turtle. For every 1,000 born, only one will survive the predators, the pollution, the long journey across the Atlantic. This turtle has endured. Now you'll find her in the Azores, or on page 94 of National Geographic magazine. Every month, National Geographic takes you further, where forbidding territory becomes an exhilarating adventure. Unfamiliar people become friendly faces, and distant phenomena explode in front of your eyes. Join the Society for just $25 a year. You'll receive 12 issues of the magazine, and you'll be helping to support important research projects. So call this toll-free number now, or send a check for $25 to this address. And discover fascinating new worlds here at the National Geographic Society.
Tonight, it's Disaster Sunday. Experts warn a collision with a killer comet is very likely. Fire from the sky. A TBS Superstation original. Tonight, 9 Eastern, only on TBS Destination Sunday.
Just located another test site. Talk to me.
Road testing, Stuttgart, monitor 6. Lateral G is 0.93. Speed.
Miles per hour, 150.
Push in 500%.
Pushing in 500%.
Speed 160 and climbing.
Enhance that. Speed 170, still climbing.
Anybody have any idea what this is? I do.
Well?
It's the next vet.
Get me one.
Yeah, I know about performance. You need the right technology. You need the right equipment. You need reliability. You need the right gasoline. And you need the right skills.
You need to trim the bushes.
Citgo says go.
Coming up in the second half of this special edition of Explorer, all over the world, disasters are just waiting to happen. They can strike any place, any time. Killer waves and murderous snowslides that strike suddenly and with incredible force. For those in their path, there is no escape. Tsunamis and avalanches when nature turns deadly. On Disaster, this special edition of National Geographic Explorer. After this on TBS.
Like all Americans, I like big things. Big prairies. Big forests and mountains. Big wheat fields. And everything else.
Dear Mom, camp is rough. Being out in the wild sure makes a kid hungry. But the sandwiches we got just aren't enough. It makes me homesick for you and a hot bowl of Campbell's tomato soup.
Nothing turns an ordinary sandwich into a hot, satisfying meal like rich, wholesome Campbell's tomato soup.
Mom?
I brought you something for those sandwiches.
Wow, tomato soup. You're the best, Mom.
Campbell's makes everything.
Better. See ya. See ya. Night, Daddy.
I go out walking after midnight, out in the moonlight, just like we used to do. I'm always walking after midnight, searching for you.
And now we continue our look at what happens when humans and nature collide as we return to explore.
Warning systems and evacuation procedures are well established here in Hawaii, but they're only effective if people trust them.
Be there! This is an update on the Civil Defense Tsunami Alert. At this time, you are advised to stay in your room until further notice. Roads out of Waikiki are now closed.
In 1994, a tsunami warning was issued here, and beaches were evacuated throughout the islands. 300,000 people responded. But this tsunami alert may have done more harm than good.
Well, in 1994, there was a large earthquake in the Northwest Pacific Ocean. It was big enough to have generated a Pacific-wide tsunami. The early indications were that there was significant run-up of the water in the tidal stations closest to the earthquake. So the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center declared a tsunami warning. They accurately predicted the arrival time of the waves, but they are incapable of predicting how large the waves are actually going to be. When tsunamis occur as rarely as they do, and with as little money as is available for research, we as yet just don't know how to predict how large the waves will be. So in Hawaii, the waves came ashore 6 inches high, and unfortunately most of the public interprets that as a false alarm, when in fact it's just our lack of understanding. It could have been a potentially devastating tsunami.
The problem with over-warning people is, of course, they lose confidence in the system. They'll say, oh, another false alarm, and we won't bother. Or the flip side of this is they become so cavalier about it, they actually will go to the beach to see what it is. So I think it's incumbent upon us as scientists to try to find a more accurate way of forecasting the effects of these.
Now the technology finally exists to do just that. In a government warehouse near Dr. Bernard's office, you can see the future of tsunami forecasting. A 20-foot signal buoy, coupled with advanced wave sensors, could put an end to false alarms and help save lives. Anchored in the middle of the ocean as part of a Pacific-wide network, the system will make it possible to predict the height of tsunami waves, as well as when and where they'll strike. Undersea gauges will take the precise measure of each passing wave and transmit the data to the buoy floating above. A satellite will complete the link to the Tsunami Warning Center. The new system could eliminate false alarms and build public confidence in the tsunami warning system. But there are certain types of tsunamis that can strike so suddenly and with such force that even the most sophisticated system would be unable to provide a warning.
Here in the Hawaiian Islands, where all of the land is built by volcanic eruptions, the islands grow up from the sea floor, and then periodically the sides slide back down onto the ocean floor. They've created magnificent cliffs along the sides of all of the islands in the chain. But when those chunks of the island slide off onto the Pacific Ocean floor as huge landslides and debris flows, they have the potential to generate giant destructive tsunamis. And there's evidence that they have created waves as high as 1,000 feet on some of the islands of the past.
These landslide waves may be part of Hawaii's future as well as its past. Here on the Big Island, a huge crack in the earth is opening up. It's 60 miles long, and it's growing wider every year. Some scientists think it's gradually detaching one side of the island from the other.
The Great Crack is one of these fault zones. At one time it may have actually had magma in it, but now it's probably serving more like a hinge where part of the island is beginning to slide down and may someday slip away toward the ocean floor.
A 1,000-foot tsunami on the coast of Hawaii would be catastrophic. But a giant tsunami could happen anywhere, even without earthquakes, volcanoes, or landslides. A few scientists are beginning to examine another possible cause, extremely remote, but terrifying.
Recently, the effects of a meteor impact have been studied. Depending on the size of the meteor, you could have some very destructive waves generated by a splashing of a meteor in the ocean. You could have a wave formed hundreds of feet high. It is probably the surprise no one's prepared for.
A giant tsunami generated by a meteor may only happen once every few thousand years. But it doesn't take a giant tsunami to devastate a community. At the Memorial Park near Hilo, where the Lapahoehoe School once stood, today's students gather with survivors on the 50th anniversary of the tragedy.
People ask me if we have another tsunami, and I say no, it's not if we have a tsunami, it's when the next tsunami strikes, because there will definitely be another one. It might not be this year or next or even this decade, but it could be tomorrow as well.
In Hawaii, they know what a tsunami can do. The rest of us would be wise to listen to their lament and learn from their experience.
Next, we can try to predict them, even control them. But these tidal waves of snow still claim lives every year. Avalanches, when the special edition of Explorer returns on TBS.
Yeah, freedom! That's what it's all about. It's like, let's go. Let's
go. Introducing Chevy Venture. Sure, things have changed.
Are we there yet?
But you still need a little freedom. The all-new Chevy Venture is here.
Let's go!
Can MasterCard unite the world? Well, the world can't seem to agree on a single language or even a single philosophy, but we can all seem to agree on a single currency. Gold MasterCard, accepted at over 280,000 cash machines worldwide.
I got the rainy day blues.
Nothing warms up a rainy day like baking with rich, creamy Nestle Toll House morsels. So grab the yellow bag.
The following is a geographic moment.
It was a shattering experience.
Then I saw something terrible. I saw for the first time a wounded opponent who was tormented by my efforts to kill him.
Every time your life changes, so do your taxes. Shouldn't you have someone who can help you pay less or get back more? H&R Block.
To watch over me.
Good eye, Uncle. Need a lift?
Nice car, kid. It's my Subaru Outback Sport.
Another Outback.
Same all-wheel drive traction as yours, but a gas mileage than the Cherokee Sport.
That's fine, but can she...
Alcorn or RAV4? No problem.
Smart boy. Must run in the family.
Outback Sport. The newest Outback from Subaru.
Does your tissue leave you with a problem on your hands?
He blows his nose, he goes right through the tissue, and his hands get all wet. And so's the ball. And everyone else's hands.
That's why there's Puffs Advanced Extra Strength, the tissue that keeps hands cleaner and drier than regular tissue.
Drier is definitely better.
Puffs Advanced is 60% thicker.
Thicker? They really are soft. This should protect their hands, and I'll protect the azaleas.
Puffs Advanced Extra Strength, the best ones to protect your loved ones.
Every time your life changes, so do your taxes. Shouldn't you have someone who can help you pay less or get back more? H&R Block.
To watch over me.
Next Sunday on National Geographic Explorer, witness Indonesia's rituals of death, where spilling blood and funerals are joyful. Borneo, beyond the grave. National Geographic Explorer, next Sunday, 7 Eastern, only on TBS Destination Sunday.
And now, back to Disaster, this special edition of Explorer on TBS.
Telluride, Colorado has something for everyone, with trails for all levels of skiers, snowboarders, and outdoor enthusiasts.
There's always someone who will venture onto areas of the mountain deemed off limits, and that's when things can turn deadly. That's when you also want to know Gary Richard. He's a member of the Telluride Ski Patrol and the Dog Search and Rescue Team. Hello, Gary.
Hi, Boyd.
What are you doing here?
I'm putting the finishing touches on a snow cave I've built in a cornice here.
And what's the purpose of a snow cave?
A snow cave is a pretty good survival technique. If I get caught skiing or hiking or camping out here, I have a nice warm shelter to stay in. We also use a hole for search and rescue training.
So can I go in and warm up here?
Sure, let's go inside.
All right, just slide entrance. Nice. Gary, you put in all the comforts of home, even a bench.
Yeah, it's pretty nice in here.
Have you ever had to use a snow cave?
Not for my own personal survival, but I have friends who prefer a snow cave to a tent when they're winter camping.
No, it's comfortable in here, but it could be claustrophobic. You worry about that several tons of snow above you. What's to keep it from collapsing?
Well, what you've got to do when you build a good snow cave is start in some very deep snow, hopefully some wind-swept snow.
Which means what?
It means it's very firm, that the snow's packed together hard and all those granules are bonded.
A bit later in the show, we're going to use this cave to test your search and rescue ability. I'm going to be buried alive in here and see if the rescue dog can find me. But first, let's go outside and get a bit of sunlight. Right now, we're going to meet some people who were buried alive for real. They were trapped by a natural phenomenon that's all too familiar to the residents of Colorado, the avalanche. Every year, these moving walls of snow claim the lives of a number of backcountry adventurers. However, these tragedies can usually be prevented. Our next film is the story of the avalanche fighters and the victims, some of whom survived, some who didn't.
The ground that you walk on every day, you don't realize it, but it's a total base to everything you do in your life. And when that starts moving underneath you, it's chaos.
They're extremely frightening. Your mouth gets filled up with snow, your nose gets filled up with snow, it goes all down your underwear, it goes everywhere. And every time you spit this plug of snow out of your mouth and take another breath, it just packs your mouth with snow again. It goes into your lungs, you're choking.
Avalanches are among nature's most spectacular and devastating killers. Moving at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour, they can wipe a house right off a mountainside. Every year, millions of eager people head to the backcountry, and every year an unlucky few get caught and killed in deadly avalanches. All that stands between mountain enthusiasts and tragedy are a small, dedicated bunch of avalanche fighters. One of them, Bruce Tremper, makes his home in the midst of some of Utah's most dangerous slide paths. An avalanche hazard forecaster with the U.S. Forest Service, he's devoted his life to unlocking the mysteries of avalanches.
You know, any big natural phenomenon, the first time that you see it, it affects you so deeply that your life is never the same again. I mean, the people that see a total eclipse, the people that see a volcano, they spend the rest of their life chasing after them. They're incredibly powerful, they're incredibly beautiful, they're incredibly dangerous. What we call an avalanche is a slab of snow. Here we have a layer of strong snow on top, very strong snow in this case, and it's cohesive, it holds together. And underneath that slab, we have weak loose snow. So that's what an avalanche is. It's a slab of snow like this, like a dinner plate sliding off the table. And that's what makes slab avalanches so dangerous, is because a skier or a snowmobile or whatever gets out in the middle of this slab and they trigger it. And it breaks within that weak layer underneath and there's no escape.
In the same Utah mountain range patrolled by Bruce Tremper, a young couple recently experienced firsthand the awesome power of avalanches.
Marnie and I had left the house around 7:30 in the morning, just driving up the canyon. I had my new Subaru. I was pretty psyched. It was four-wheel drive. It's going to be a great day of skiing. I mean, days that us ski bums dream about. The last thing you're thinking about driving up a road is, oh my God, I'm going to get hit by an avalanche today. So this big cloud, and I'm like, oh shit. Just blew the windows like within seconds, just psh. It's just so scary, just how quickly you can go from just thinking about skiing to, oh my God, I'm going to die.
The avalanche picked up the car and hurled it about 100 feet, burying Seth Horowitz and Marnie Brown alive in a shallow gully.
I couldn't feel any pain. I wasn't in pain. I was very impacted in snow, and my feet weren't touching anything, so my feet were kind of dangling, I think, a little bit, but I couldn't move my legs. At one point, it felt like, this can't be happening. This isn't really what happened. I'm not stuck in a car with snow around me. You know, there's stuff I've got to be doing.
Luckily, other drivers witnessed the freak accident and immediately came to their aid.
I guess my arm was somehow sticking out the window, the side window, and apparently I grabbed someone, they said, with a death grip and wouldn't let go.
After they cleared the snow ray from my shoulder and my head, I was able to stick my head out into the air, and it was snowing really hard and dumping really hard, but it was just the freshest air I've ever tasted, and it was.
Seth and Marnie are among the fortunate few who've been swallowed up by an avalanche and live to tell about it.
They estimate about half the people that are completely buried in avalanches die within the first 20 minutes. A third of the people get killed by trauma, by hitting trees and rocks. The other 2/3 die by suffocation. And only 2% live long enough to die by hypothermia. So they're extremely deadly. You don't want to get buried in them.
After every storm, Bruce Tremper's out on Utah's slopes, looking for patterns of instability in the potentially lethal layer of new snow.
I feel like I'm kind of a natural detective. And you never get the whole information, but you get enough pieces to put it together and say, aha, I know what's going on. That's one of the great myths of avalanches, is that they're somehow mysterious and unpredictable. But I've been doing this professionally for 18 years. I spend 100 days a year in dangerous avalanche terrain, and I'm not dead.
Unlike earthquakes, avalanches can often be predicted if Bruce can properly read all the signs. When he discovers dangerous conditions, he delivers that information to skiers, snowmobilers, climbers, the whole backcountry crew. If they listen, Bruce's forecast may keep them alive.
Good morning, this is Bruce Tremper with your backcountry avalanche and mountain weather advisory for the Salt Lake area mountains. The places where you're most likely going to trigger an avalanche today would be large, open east or north-facing bowls without anchors, but there's still enough booby traps out there for us to continue calling it a moderate danger. And remember that moderate does not mean that you're going to get moderately killed.
The problem is, some might be having too much fun to listen.
We think about avalanches, you know, that's why we wear these beacons here, in case one of our buddies gets nailed, then we can dig them up. But we try not to think about it a whole lot, because it, you know, it kind of takes away from the whole fun of the backcountry experience.
Temptations are pretty great. You know, you hike up
2 hours and you look to ski this shot and you look in there and it looks perfect, but you notice some wind drifting in there, and so you dig a pit and you say, well, we're up here, you know, you see the weak layers. And I've turned away from a few shots, but I've also looked into some and dove in blindly and said, watch me.
The average avalanche victim is a young male between the ages of about 18 and 30. It's just sort of a rite of passage to want to go out there to see how far they can push themselves. And most of the time, you can't win. I mean, an avalanche is way more powerful than even the most testosterone-crazed man is.
For those who refuse to heed nature's warnings, few places are less forgiving than the remote mountain ranges of Alaska. A winter seldom passes without someone being pulled dead from these icy reaches. Many of the victims are snowmobilers, out on the slopes for some excitement. They frequently play a game called high marking. The trick is to put the highest tread mark on the side of a mountain, then race down at breakneck speed. It can be a deadly sport.
Oh yeah, it's definitely adrenaline. I was doing 75, 80 coming down that mountain, you know, just riding it down the hill, so. And that gets you pumping.
On a mountain like that, you know, there's no worry about an avalanche.
Actually, I think about them all the time. In fact, it was 2 years ago. Man died right back here, back in one of these bowls.
On a brilliant March day, Travis Foreman and a buddy were putting tread marks on a steep Alaskan slope. It was a game Travis would never forget.
We made a couple little loops on it, and we'd wait when one was coming down, then the other guy would take off. So he was coming down, and I took off, and just as I turned to start across, this big crack, it sounded like a gun went off right next to my head. It was just a loud boom. The snow moved in big slabs. They were like the size of a house. And I just grabbed a handful of throttle and pointed to where I thought I could go, and there were these big chunks pushing up and waving up, and I could see Brandon down to my left, and he was shooting out to the, it looked like he was riding out. He looked to me like he was safe. And the snow started filling in around my snow machine. And then it stopped. And the first thing that went through my mind was, holy cow, I'm alive. You know, and then I thought, I don't hear Brandon's snow machine. I knew that he was buried, and we started looking for him.
Down, pro!
80 rescue workers and local volunteers were quickly on the scene. Foot by methodical foot, they probed the bowl. With each passing minute, the outcome was becoming tragically clear.
Brandon was a real down-to-earth guy. He's more the kind of guy that'd keep me in line. And I miss him.
Still ahead. Starting avalanches to save lives? We may not be able to prevent them, but sometimes we can stop the deadly snow slides from taking us by surprise. This special edition of Explorer will be back after this on TBS.
Tomorrow night,
Bring her to me!
Sir Guy learns that killing an angel with the power to heal will end Robin's life. Only a miracle can save them both. Take aim with the new adventures of Robin Hood. Tomorrow night at 10 on TNT.
Every time your life changes, so do your taxes. Shouldn't you have someone who can help you pay less or get back more? H&R Block.
Someone to watch over me.
It was just another day in the office. Then your memo captured the CEO's attention. Suddenly you were in the spotlight. It was your chance to shine. Too bad. Kiwi. When When your shoes shine, so can you.
People frown about all sorts of things. Sometimes it's about money. But one thing that won't cost you a lot is the Lumina from Chevrolet. For starters, Lumina is the most affordable 6-passenger car in its class. It costs $2,000 less than a Taurus GL. And for a short time, Lumina also comes with 4.8% GMAC financing. For you, that's a lot less to worry about. So see your Chevy dealer for a Lumina and give your face a rest. The cars more Americans trust.
You're watching National Geographic Explorer, only on TBS.
Space Mountain, front seat or back? Ever dream of spinning in a giant teacup?
Every night.
Have any evil stepsisters?
A couple.
Name this dwarf.
Choose 25 worthy companions because Kodak would like to send all of you to the Walt Disney World 25th anniversary. It's part of Kodak's Celebrate the Magic sweepstakes.
Big Thunder Mountain, Splash Mountain. Which is more hair-raising?
Pick up entry forms for Kodak Film is sold, and you too could win the grand prize Walt Disney World vacation to remember the magic.
See if this fits.
Movies to die for. Killer movies every Monday night. This Monday, it's a road trip to terror. Rear View Mirror. Movies to die for. 8:05 Eastern Monday, only on the Superstation.
In times of trouble, you can count on good neighbors, like State Farm and the American Red Cross. Our jobs are different, but our goals are the same, to help people. That's why State Farm, its agents and employees, are giving to Red Cross Disaster Relief, so that victims of future disasters will always have someone to lean on. You can help too. Call the Red Cross at 1-800-842-2200.
Every time your life changes, so do your taxes. Shouldn't you have someone who can help you pay less or get back more? H&R Block.
Someone to watch over me.
We now return to Disaster, this special edition of Explorer on TBS.
As with all of nature's most violent forces, like fires or floods, avalanches can never really be controlled. But that doesn't stop people from trying.
I got on the clinic.
In Telluride, Colorado, the ski patrol battles to contain avalanches by setting them off.
Okay, we ready, Gus?
Yeah.
Okay, pin out. Pin out. Pin out. Pin up.
Employing an air-powered cannon called an avalauncher, they hurl explosives high onto the slopes.
This should do it. I hope we don't hit that jet.
Oh, wow, that was whoa, nice shot, Gus. Holy smoky. Look at that, it's ripping out on the shoulder, it's ripping out the other side. The whole bowl's going. Oh, man. Look at that pressure.
If the ski patrol hadn't intentionally triggered the slide, this avalanche might have started spontaneously when skiers were on the slope.
Oh, wow, it broke all the way across. Oh, my God. To the nuts, man.
It's like a war out here, okay? Except that we're killing avalanches and saving people.
But it's impossible to prevent all avalanches. No one knows that better than some modern-day pioneers who make their home along one daunting stretch of U.S. Highway 550. With 101 avalanche paths, it's one of the world's most dangerous roads. At the heart of 550 lies Silverton, Colorado, a century-old mining town touched by pristine air, perfect vistas, and murderous snow slides. Yet people here take the deadly risk in stride.
When they close the roads, the people on the outside think that we're isolated and completely away from civilization, but there's nothing that we need on the outside.
Oh, it's wonderful. You just have to be prepared when you have to go 60 miles away for your groceries, like to Montrose or Durango. Yeah. And there are 7 slides in the first mile out of town up here. So You never know when you're going to get stuck. You might be there for a while. So you've got sleeping bags, blankets, the shovel.
The first snowfall, that's what you do, is you put it in your car, and it stays there all winter.
And can you explain, is this something you do, or?
We all do it all the time. If you've ever been stuck in between two avalanches up there on the mountain, you would too. When it's snowy like this, then everybody goes to the bar and you just all hang out and drink coffee and play games.
Listen, folks, I'll tell a tale, sure to make you shiver, about the winters where we live in the land of white rivers. North wind blows, the cornice grows till it's big enough to trigger the downward flow of an avalanche. It's a cold, white river. Look out below when that white river flows, or you'll end up under the snow in the land of white river.
In avalanche season, it's a daily battle to keep these narrow roads open and safe.
You have to be extremely careful about it. There's a real risk involved.
Mike Friedman fights Colorado avalanches from the air.
There's no such thing as prevailing wind in the mountains. The pilot has to be constantly evaluating how to make the best approach into the slide path. The bomb is thrown down and away from the helicopter. And we pull away and get into a position where we can actually see the shots go off. Your eye can pick out the spots where the bombs hit the snow if you look really carefully. So you kind of stare at those spots. It's a lot of fun. If you're a kid and you probably couldn't think of anything more interesting to do than fly around in a helicopter and throw explosives and watch avalanches happen.
Once the avalanche smothers the road, long since closed to traffic, it must be quickly and skillfully cleaned up. It's a dangerous job, especially on a treacherous stretch known as Red Mountain Pass.
Red Mountain's definitely the most infamous, where all of the fatalities have occurred with people driving down the road. If you drive up there, you'd see some monuments to some plow drivers and just regular public that happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
In 1963, a Red Mountain avalanche sent a reverend and his two daughters flying 600 feet into a gorge below the road. All three lost their lives. In 1970, and again in 78, snowplow drivers were killed in the exact same spot. But there's one Red Mountain avalanche story that has become legend. It happened to highway workers Danny Jaramillo and Eddie Emil shortly after midnight, March 5th, 1992. That night, a huge storm hit with heavy winds, 4 feet of snow, and no sign of letting up. When one of their tires slipped a chain, they stopped their snowplow and climbed out to reattach it. Suddenly, disaster struck.
It was just an instant blackout. It kind of knocked me a little senseless because I didn't have a sense of direction. You're turning around to get to a truck, and all of a sudden the truck disappears.
Both men were buried alive, 10 feet under. Danny was now cut off from Eddie and the truck, separated by a wall of snow that had hardened instantly.
I moved my fingers enough to make a snowball, and I pushed, and it hit my face. I ate a lot of snow. I just kept pushing snow toward my face and moving my head little by little until I got a complete circle around my head, and I could actually dig my arm out, and I started to crunch the snow up, and I started to wiggle myself free. And I was moving back and forth. I constantly stayed moving because I figured if I got hypothermic and I stopped, I'd freeze.
While Danny struggled to stay alive, storms continued to blanket the area. Rescuers couldn't even get to 4 other people who had found shelter in a nearby snow shed. Finally, after 11 hours, snowplow driver Gary King made a risky move.
I made the decision to go ahead and blow into the snow shed to get those 4 people out.
But it was too dangerous to search any further. Another crushing slide might be unleashed at any moment, and even if he could continue, there was no sign of his co-workers, buried less than 200 feet away.
When it got dark, we had to go back to town, knowing that we left 2 people buried in the avalanche up there.
Next, with each passing hour, hope fades. Will the trapped men live to see the light of day? This special edition of Explorer will be back on TBS.
Coldwell Banker invites you to test your knowledge of the world with National Geographic Atlas. In which country do the highest number of tornadoes occur? Japan, the United States, Australia? Stay tuned for the answer right after this.
3 kids, 2 dogs, a rabbit, and a husband. The amount of time our house stays presentable is the lifespan of a fruit fly. We wanted to sell it, so it had to be spotless. Our Coldwell Banker office put our house on their website. A ton of people saw it, and the house looked spotless. Coldwell Banker system made it easy. Now if they could just keep our new place spotless.
Call 1-888-574-SOLD.
Spotless.
Online, on the phone, or in person. Coldwell Banker, making real estate real easy.
And now, the Atlas answer. The United States. Stretching across Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas, the so-called Tornado Alley experiences most of the 1,000 tornadoes that touch down across the U.S. each year. Although the United States' vast size contributes to this high number, the lack of mountain chains running east to west allows dry, cool air from the north to collide with warmer, moist air from the south. Perfect conditions for tornado formation.
A demonstration of the remarkable performance of the V8 Intech-powered Lincoln Continental. With a luxurious leather and wood-trimmed interior and amenities like a 2-person memory profile system and 6-way power seats, Continental can do 0 to completely spoiled in 4.5 seconds. The front-wheel drive Lincoln Continental.
For the people of the Philippines, electricity was always a fact of life. It just wasn't a very reliable one. Sometimes the electricity worked just fine. And sometimes it didn't. Until the Filipinos said, "We're tired of this." So they invited Enron in, and for more than a few Filipinos, the power is on in the Philippines. Enron.
Tonight on TBS Destination Sunday, it's Disaster Sunday. Our Earth is facing complete and utter destruction. Experts warn a collision with a killer comet is very likely. Where will it hit? Where will you be when it hits? It's an all-new look at what's coming in from out there. This is what could happen if we're hit by fire from the sky. A TBS Superstation original. Tonight, 9 Eastern, only on TBS Destination Sunday.
Mom, why do you always have to work? Can't we go to the beach?
Today, honey, I've got a meeting with a very important client.
Mom, when can I be a client?
You have 5 minutes to get ready to go to the beach, or I'm going without you.
There's delicious news for connoisseurs. Now they can savor 2 delectable delicacies together for the first time. Introducing new Fancy Feast filet and pâté. We start with a layer of our finest pâté, so exceptionally moist. Then add a layer of almost tender filet for an exquisite pairing of tastes. Extraordinary. New Fancy Feast filet and pâté. Good taste is easy to recognize.
We now return to Disaster, this special edition of Explorer on TBS.
Almost 12 hours after the avalanche, Danny Jaramillo was very much alive, desperately carving out an underground tunnel, inching his way toward Eddie and the truck.
I had at one point hit the truck, and that's when I found Eddie alive. And that's when I realized to myself we had both survived the avalanche.
By the light of the still-running truck, Danny could see his friend was in trouble.
He was pale and he was confused, and he told me himself, he says, "I'm claustrophobic, I don't know what I'm doing." And I grabbed him and I said, "So am I, but we're getting out of here." I just kept hitting the snow with my hands and checking on Eddie, checking his pulse, talking to him, trying to keep him moving. And as time went on, he started slowing down. I never gave up because I knew that we were going to get out. As long as we were both alive, we had a chance. He fell asleep about 4:30. That's all I wanted to believe. I checked his pulse. I couldn't feel it. My hands were cold. I got him warmed up by the truck enough to touch my face, and I checked his pulse again. And I looked and I said, "We're getting out of here." And I just kept digging. When I got out, I went back down. I looked at him, I checked his pulse, and I told him, "We're out of here. We have to be out of here." And I stuck my head out of the snow, and I saw the lights of the snow shed. I knew I'd gotten out.
It had taken Danny over 18 hours to tunnel his way back to life.
It was impossible, but he did the impossible. As far as all the statistics, all the history that you read about, they teach us in our avalanche schools and what we do, what he done was impossible to do.
For Gary King, there was still one grim task, recovering the body of his friend, Eddie Emil.
I've known Eddie Emil since high school. Eddie Emil had the best sense of humor of anybody I've ever come across. Loved the outdoors, loved the hunting, loved the fishing. And that was real hard.
If I would have stopped 17 and a half hours after I'd started, I wouldn't be here today. A lot of me died that night watching Eddie, but a lot of me still lives.
Danny moved away after the accident.
You in?
But once a year, he returns to Red Mountain Pass.
Look at this snow, isn't it beautiful? Right. Now let's go find out what it's like up there on the hill.
Ready.
You ready? Let's do it. Today is the 3rd anniversary of the accident. I come up here to reminisce and to realize that life is worth living. This road is just so mysterious, and a lot of people passing through have no idea of what it could do. Here's where they put everybody that's gotten killed. Hopefully Eddie is the last, and a man to lose his life, believing in his job. He was a good man.
Nature will always beguile people with its purity and its danger. And since nature can never be truly controlled, a tragic few will always be lured to their deaths. Yet some will always see in a powdery white slope a kind of magic that makes the mountain life worth every risk.
You worry about it all winter long, you know, you're up at night and paying attention to it and trying to outguess what it's going to do. And I know it sounds funny, but every springtime you go through this mourning process. when the snowpack melts and goes to the ocean, I mean, it dies. And suddenly your job's over. And then you get that crisp cold in the air and you go, yeah, the snow's coming. It means skiing's coming again. Avalanches are coming again.
As we've just seen, snow can take life tragically in the form of an avalanche. But in the form of a snow cave like this, it can preserve life. I'll show you what I mean. As promised, I'm now going to be sealed inside here and let the search and rescue team go to work.
Snow caves like these are used not only for training purposes, but by people whose lives depend on these shelters to shield them from the elements.
Jane, you've been a good dog, but it's time for you to go to work now, okay? I want you to go find someone for me. Okay, Janie?
Search him out.
If you were buried by an avalanche or lost in the mountains, your very survival could be in the hands of a dog like Jane. Rescue dogs are often called upon in avalanche situations to search for bodies,
Search him out, Jane.
dead or alive.
That's a girl. Good girl. There he is.
Thank you. Looks like Jane has passed her test, which is good news for me, and really not surprising. Jane's helped make a number of rescues in this area. We'll never be able to fully compete against nature's fury, but with the help of search and rescue teams like Jane and Gary, at least we've increased our odds. And we're back with more right after this.
Next Sunday on National Geographic Explorer, witness Indonesia's rituals of death, where spilling blood and funerals are joyful. Borneo, beyond the grave. National Geographic Explorer, next Sunday, 7 Eastern, only on TBS Destination Sunday.
Up here, I feel like traffic is miles away.
With the most horsepower in its class and its accommodating size.
Unlike some others, I have virtually unlimited capacity.
Yukon can make you feel invincible. Yukon by GMC. It puts you comfortably in command.
Excuse me, think your disposable razor shaves as comfortably as his Gillette Sensor XL? Yeah. Well, try Sensor XL. It'll change your mind. After one shave with Sensor XL, we bet you don't go back. Because only Sensor XL has protective microfins for extra comfort. Whoa. And self-adjusting blades for extra closeness. Disposables don't. And Sensor XL gives more shaves per blade than any disposable.
Excuse me.
Take the Sensor XL challenge. Bet you don't go back to disposables.
Hey, I want my Sensor XL back. Hey!
Next, it's Disaster Sunday. Experts warn a collision with a killer comet is very likely. Fire from the Sky, a TBS Superstation original. Disaster Sunday continues next with Fire from the Sky on TBS Destination Sunday.
You're watching Disaster, a special edition of National Geographic Explorer on TBS.
When you see that 2,000% a year internet growth rate, you want to just jump in. Thing is, the internet can help you gain or lose a lot of customers very quickly. If you disappoint someone, they can tell a few friends or a few thousand. It makes it crucial to work with a computer company that has experience helping people do business on the net. Not to mention the world's fastest servers, like Digital.
Digital, whatever it takes.
It all started not long ago at our weekly meeting of the Cookie Jar Investment Club.
Now here's something we might want a piece of. This new Minute Maid Premium says it tastes like eating a fresh ripe orange.
That could be big.
Or it could be a bunch of hype from some Madison Avenue slicksters.
Tastes like something we should look into.
Call Carl. Tell him to gas up the jet.
Finally got to check it out. The vote was unanimous. I say we buy.
A definite buy.
Buy.
Next stop, the supermarket. We think this stuff's going to be big, and frankly, we're not usually wrong about these things.
New Minute Maid Premium. Bite into it.
That's our show for this week. But remember, next week we're on the road again to more of the last great places for wilderness and adventure. Here's a preview.
Next week, Out There starts here, in Borneo, where a culture once shrouded in mystery and misunderstanding still perseveres, and the Dayak still practice age-old rituals that go beyond the grave. In the mountains of the Maya, where the creatures they worship still rule the jungle. In Guam, where some house guests are uninvited.
I've been bitten quite a few times by them, but it's never been a real hard bite where they clamp on me and chew on me.
Next week on National Geographic Explorer.
If you'd like to know more about Explorer, you can join us online at www.nationalgeographic.com. Thanks for watching this week. For National Geographic Explorer, I'm Boyd Matson. See you next time.
Remember, you can watch National Geographic Explorer every week, Sunday nights at 7 and 11 Eastern, and Saturday mornings at 10:05 Eastern, right here on TBS.
I got a lot accomplished this week.
Thanks to Jimmy's versatility.
Let's see. Hauled the love seat in for reupholstering on Monday.
Thanks to Jimmy's cargo space.
Took the kids to soccer practice Wednesday.
With its spacious interior and luxury ride.
Bought groceries.
You can do a lot in a Jimmy.
And now, a weekend getaway.
Jimmy by GMC. It puts you comfortably in command.
Approximately 10, 9, give or take. Somewhere in the vicinity of 8. About 7, 6 or so. 5, plus or minus. 4, I think. 3, 2-ish. 1, liftoff. Any moment now. Here it comes. Still waiting.
Tuesday night, a celebration of men's figure skating with Brian Boitano, Scott Hamilton, and Paul Wiley. MCI presents 3 Masters on Ice. Tuesday night at 8:05 Eastern on the Superstation.
Well, there is this old notion that all the planets are going around in these nice uniform orbits, and it's all running like clockwork, and it is a very peaceful, tranquil place out there. That's a myth.
Someday, the Earth will get hit by a comet and an asteroid. It'll happen. There's no way out of it. It has happened in the past.
Well, there's thousands of asteroids out there that could potentially hit the Earth, and as of now, we only know of about 300 or 400 of them.
If you have 2,000 objects with diameters of a kilometer or more, with orbits that cross the Earth's orbit, a significant fraction of those are going to hit the Earth. It's not if, it's when.
If nature hit a large
metropolitan area like Los Angeles, it would simply obliterate all of Los Angeles and the surrounding region.
There would have been a cloud covering the entire planet within 2 hours, and it would have lasted for a year.
Easily would have caused mass extinctions. You have years of kind of a nuclear winter effect where you just wouldn't get any sunlight.
10 million people would have been killed virtually instantly.
Imagine one Hiroshima-strength bomb being exploded every second for several years.
The following is a dramatization.
We interrupt this program for a special news bulletin.
Moments ago, NATO headquarters in London reported an atomic explosion near the city of Glasgow in Scotland. We have no reports of casualties as yet or the extent of any damage, but military forces here and in Europe have been placed on combat alert status. The blast is reported to be in the 5-kiloton range, roughly the size of the atomic weapons used at the end of World War II. Again, there are no reported casualties, and we have no indication if this is a nuclear missile strike, an act of terrorism, or perhaps an unannounced nuclear test somehow gone wrong. We are trying to link with our correspondent, Robert Kirk, in Dublin, and should have that report in just a few moments.
Tom, NATO is now reporting a second atomic-type explosion, this one to the north of Dublin, Ireland, 300 kilometers west of the first reported explosion near Glasgow. Early reports indicate this second blast was slightly larger than the first explosion, but there are still few details.
Judy, I'm told now that we have an audio link with Rob Kirk in Dublin. Rob, can you hear us?
Yes, Tom, I can barely hear you. The situation here is that there is no power in the area. The windows in my building are blown out.
Rob, can you tell us exactly what happened?
There was a huge noise, and we felt a violent but short earthquake-like activity. The skies to the north of us are lit up bright red, and there is a stream of emergency vehicles heading in that direction.
Rob, we're being told this was a nuclear explosion. Can you confirm that? Rob?
We're going now to Washington, D.C. and the Pentagon, where a briefing is apparently underway.
In the last hour, the NATO Early Defense Satellite System in London detected a 1-megaton detonation 11 miles north of Glasgow, Scotland. Approximately 6 minutes later, a second event took place over Dublin, Ireland. These were not nuclear missile strikes or acts of terrorism. These detonations were caused by asteroids. Let me say again, these blasts are not of man-made origin. 2 asteroids were pulled into Earth's gravity and detonated in our upper atmosphere. There is no cause for panic. Some minor structural damage has occurred, but the blast dissipated in the upper reaches of our atmosphere. We have reports of only minor injuries. Emergency aid is on the way to both sites. There is no danger of any further detonations. These were isolated events, and there is no danger of radioactive fallout. We will update you as the situation warrants. That's all for tonight. Thank you very much.
What about advance? Why has the military been put on alert?
No questions, please.
General, what about the General in Dublin?
Well, as you heard the official explanation from the Pentagon, apparently 2 asteroids fell into Earth's atmosphere, exploding over Europe. And though these explosions were reported to be of atomic scale, the Pentagon maintains that the damage has been minor and that there is no danger of further explosions, as these were totally random events.
Excuse me, Tom, we have a video feed from Channel 5 in London.
Don't hang, just move back, okay, sir? Step back off. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Go ahead. Go.
To update you now, 2 atomic-type explosions have rocked the British Isles and Ireland this evening. The first some 15 miles from Glasgow, Scotland, and the second in the skies over Dublin, Ireland. We have on the line with us now Dr. Arthur Cohen of the international agency Space Guard that is responsible for monitoring near space for possible hazards to Earth. Dr. Cohen.
Yes, hello?
What can Space Guard tell us about these events?
Well, first of all, I disagree totally with the Pentagon explanation of these as isolated events. The possibility exists that we may see many, many more, even larger events in the next few hours.
Dr. Cohen, the Pentagon says these explosions were due to 2 stray asteroids. Are you telling us there are more on the way?
Those were not asteroids. The events were caused by Comet Hale-Bopp. It's one of the largest comets ever discovered, and we are passing through its tail. The explosions are debris from the comet.
Doctor, are these actual nuclear explosions?
Basically, yes. There's no radiation released, but the explosions can be much bigger than the atomic weapons used in World War II. Really, Dublin and Glasgow were lucky. There, the objects blew up pretty high in the atmosphere. A bigger piece could hit the ground and cause devastation we can hardly imagine.
Doctor, I've got to interrupt you here. We have a feed now from the Space Shuttle Columbia passing over the Atlantic Ocean. Dr. Cohen, are you seeing this?
Those are the pieces of debris I was talking about. My, there are so many more than we expected. When they hit the atmosphere, they become fireballs.
Doctor, we have a thermal satellite image of the East Coast. There.
My God, those are tremendous thermal events. Each one of those represents a massive explosion.
Doctor, how long until it will be over the East Coast? Doctor? Doctor, can you hear me?
Apparently, we've lost Dr. Cohen. In stark contrast to the official Pentagon explanation, and as unthinkable as it may seem, meteoric debris from the comet Hale-Bopp, after producing 2 nuclear-scale detonations over Scotland and Ireland, is now falling across the Atlantic Ocean on a course for the eastern seaboard of the United States. We are going to take you now to our local affiliate where reporter Shannon Bell is reporting meteoric activity. Shannon, can you hear me?
We're here just east of the city, and only just a few minutes ago out over the skyline, there was maybe a dozen flashes of light high up in the clouds. These were really spectacular bursts that almost covered the entire horizon. And then a few seconds later, there was what sounded like rolling thunder. These were obviously either not big enough or too far away to cause the damage that we saw in Dublin, but obviously they were... Yes, Judy, can you see this? This is exactly what we saw just a few minutes ago. These do seem like they might be a little bigger, and I'm wondering if maybe we should take some cover.
What you've just seen is fiction, a dramatization. But what follows are facts from scientists and astronomers that explain why fire from the sky could become tomorrow's news.
Fire from the Sky will continue on TBS, the Superstation.
This presentation is brought to you by Tylenol Sinus. Maximum strength Tylenol Sinus. The strength you need from the name you trust.
We do it every year. Just Dad and me. We meet at the cabin and just talk until the worms run out. But this year, I got a sinus attack.
When sinus pain and pressure strike, regular pain relievers aren't enough. But Tylenol Sinus has a powerful decongestant to relieve pressure, plus extra-strength Tylenol to relieve sinus pain, so you don't lose another day.
What do you think after all these years we'd catch something?
Like what?
Tylenol Sinus, the strength you need from the name you trust.
Yeah, freedom! That's what it's all about. It's like, let's go. Let's go.
Introducing Chevy Venture. Sure, things have changed,
Are we there yet?
but you still need a little freedom. The all-new Chevy Venture is here.
Let's go!
You want me to tell you what my Discover card statement says? I love Puccini, Victorian bubbles, and housewares. My hair. Cashback bonus award is...
How many credit cards make a statement like that?
Wonderful.
It pays to Discover.
Does everyone have email but you? AT&T can deliver it to you through the internet. AT&T. Nobody makes it easier to catch the wave.
So much bigger than last time.
I got a new sensation. Perfect moment.
day? No way!
This is SeaWorld?
Wednesday night, the NBA is on TBS. Grant Hill has the Pistons in high gear for the playoffs. Can the Knicks grind them to a halt in the Big Apple? Pistons and Knicks, 8 Eastern, Wednesday night on the Superstation. Don't miss a game.
We now return to Fire from the Sky on TBS, the Superstation.
As new technology has brought the universe closer to us, we have begun to realize that cataclysmic destruction is business as usual in the cosmos. Recent images from the Hubble telescope reveal whole galaxies cartwheeling into each other. Some scientists believe that Mars was once a green planet with oceans much like Earth, until a series of tremendous impacts blew away the Martian atmosphere and left it a dead planet. Venus is littered with tremendous impact craters, many the size of a small country. But it was a massive impact into Jupiter in 1994 that revealed the magnitude of the threat to Earth. Tracking the objects that sometimes cause these collisions has been the lifelong pursuit of astronomer David Levy.
I'm a bit of a klutz. I fell off my bicycle, broke my arm, and my cousin gave me a get well present. It was a book about the planets. And I read that book and I thought, gee, that's what I'd like to do for the rest of my life. And so at age 12, I decided to become an astronomer.
Meteor Crater near Flagstaff, Arizona, is the most perfectly preserved impact crater on Earth. Gene Shoemaker is the geologist in residence.
Almost nobody was working on it in the mid-1950s when I first came here to Meteor Crater and started to study this crater in very great detail. So once you've studied this kind of a thing, your next question is, well, what are the bullets out there that make these things, and how often do they hit?
David Levy, along with Gene Shoemaker and his wife Carolyn, have teamed to become the most prolific comet hunters ever. Together, they have found 13 comets. But in 1993, they found a comet that would give Earth a first-hand education as to what happens when comets meet planets.
I think that the seminal event that really alerted everyone to yes, Virginia, comets do hit planets, was the collision of Shoemaker-Levy 9 into Jupiter. In all the years I've observed, I've never seen a comet like this. I've never seen anything like this. There were at least 5 separate comets all together with this dust wings on either side and then the tails going off to the north.
Which later came to be called a string of pearls. There were many little comets all lined up, each one going on its own orbit, but very closely related orbits. And it was clear that this had once been one comet that had gotten too close to Jupiter and had been torn apart in the gravity field of Jupiter.
Not long after discovering comet Shoemaker-Levy 9, they learned the comet was on a course that would lead to its own violent end.
Well, I said, oh my gosh. And Carolyn stopped and said, what? And I said, our comet's going to collide with Jupiter in 16 months from now. I think for the next half hour, the three of us just stared at the announcement and read it. And Gene was saying, I don't believe it. We're going to see a collision in my lifetime. On July the 16th, the first fragment of Shoemaker-Levy 9 crashed into Jupiter, traveling at a speed of 140,000 miles per hour. It would be able to cross the United States in a couple of seconds at that speed. It tore into Jupiter. Really, Jupiter didn't know what hit it. The explosion from the first fragment of Shoemaker-Levy 9 rose over 2,000 miles above Jupiter's cloud tops. And a few hours later, another one hit. The next day, another one hit.
Jupiter got hit, bam, 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 at least 16 times over the course of 6 days.
But the most powerful impact was yet to come. Fragment G exploded into Jupiter, raising a fireball visible from Earth.
It left a cloud larger than the Earth, and a cloud that lasted on Jupiter for almost a year. One of the questions that we all had when we were watching this enormous damage done to Jupiter was, well, what if it had been us? Imagine one Hiroshima-strength bomb being exploded every second for several years. That is the energy released by Shoemaker-Levy 9 in its collision with Jupiter.
The magnitude of the impacts into Jupiter surprised and alarmed the scientific community.
And one of the big discussions was, how do we get rid of the giggle factor? We go to Congress and we say, a comet could hit the Earth someday, and everyone laughs. After Comet Shoemaker-Levy 9, nobody was laughing.
Fire from the Sky will continue on TBS, the Superstation.
It's movies to die for. Killer movies every Monday night. This Monday, objects in her mirror may be more deadly than they appear.
Please, let's just turn back.
Down! I've been waiting every minute since I quit prison to be dead.
Lee Remick, Rear View Mirror. Movies to die for. Killer movies every Monday night. 8:05 Eastern Monday, only on the Superstation.
0.02 of a second. A human eye begins to blink. A hummingbird flits its wings once. And a sensor in a door frame tells an airbag in a seat to deploy. Because when it comes to your safety, every 100th of a second counts. The 1997 Lexus LS 400.
You know how one dog ear equals 7 human ones? Well, computers are like that compared to other machines. A 7-year-old airplane is younger than a 1-year-old server. It makes buying decisions tough. It turns systems into orphans way too soon. Computer people ought to be sensitive to that. No matter how great the new stuff is, they should work with, even optimize their old stuff. Digital does it. Everybody should.
Digital. Whatever it takes.
You had crunched all the numbers. Your ducks were all in a row. Then, before you even presented your first chart, the focus of the whole meeting shifted. Kiwi, when your shoes shine, so can you.
I would like to show you my Discover Card statement. When I was invited to the inaugural ball, I did have to find a ball gown, and I found a lovely understated little number. I need cash advances. I just need to be slathered in ones and fives.
It pays to discover.
Space Mountain, front seat or back? Ever dream of spinning in a giant teacup?
Every night.
Have any evil stepsisters?
A couple.
Name this dwarf.
Choose 25 worthy companions because Kodak would like to send all of you to the Walt Disney World 25th anniversary. It's part of Kodak's Celebrate the Magic sweepstakes.
Big Thunder Mountain, Splash Mountain. Which is more hair-raising?
Pick up entry forms where Kodak film is sold, and you too could win the grand prize Walt Disney World vacation to remember the magic.
See if this fits.
We now return to Fire from the Sky on TBS, the Superstation.
Only in the last 50 years have we begun to accept the fact that Earth is a potential target, even though the evidence was hanging right in front of us. Our moon bears the scars of over 30,000 impacts, but for centuries, we believed Earth was somehow spared these bombardments. In the last 20 years, we have identified 180 impact craters on Earth. If you could strip away Earth's jungles and oceans, scientists believe we would find another 2,000 craters. At the northern tip of the Cancun Peninsula, Chicxulub is the largest crater ever found on Earth at just under 300 miles. Many believe this X marks the spot where the asteroid struck that killed the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. But even in this century, Earth has been a target. The biggest impact in recorded history mystified turn-of-the-century London and drew the attention of Irish astronomer Mark Bailey.
1908, there's a very bright, very bright light was seen in the sky emanating from the southeast. The twilight, even though it was June the 30th, was very light, to the extent that people were able to play cricket at night. People reports of reading newspapers after midnight, which would not normally ever be able to do that. The scientific journals and the newspapers were full of this unusual phenomenon at the time, and there was speculation as to what caused it, but no answer.
Seismographs in Belgium recorded a tremendous shock wave emanating from a remote region in Siberia. Russian meteorologist Leon Kulik believed the event was caused by the impact of a meteor. It took him almost 20 years to mount an expedition to recover what he thought would be valuable minerals from the meteor. As he approached the recorded epicenter, Kulik passed mile after mile of forest laid over like matchsticks. Kulik searched for years, mounting 2 later expeditions, but he never found an impact crater or the meteor. The cause of the massive destruction became the subject of speculation. Everything from an earthquake to an exploding spaceship were offered as a possible explanation. Dr. Jasper Wall of the Royal Greenwich Observatory believes a meteor caused the massive destruction, one that did not impact the Earth, but detonated miles above the forest floor.
Now, it didn't actually strike the Earth's surface, but what it did do is burn up in a fearful fireball above the Earth's surface, perhaps a mile above the Earth's surface, sending a shock wave down, which struck the Earth and devastated, flattened the trees.
It had an energy yield roughly that of one of the largest weapons, nuclear weapons that have been produced, about 30 megatons. And the first thing that happened was the forest was set fire by the heat and the radiation. And then as the blast wave swept over the burning forest, the blast wave puffed out the fire. And you were left with a flattened region of devastation of some 1,000 or 2,000 square kilometers in extent. So the size of a large city was wiped out by that particular object.
Had it been 3 hours later, had the Earth moved by the equivalent of another 3 hours, and that event occurred over Moscow, 10 million people would have been killed virtually instantly.
Scientists assured us that such an explosive event only occurred once every 100,000 years. But 22 years later, Earth was hit again.
The second biggest impact that we know about, the second biggest impact in recorded history, took place in the Brazilian jungle in the mid-1930s. It must have seemed to the Indians, the Aborigines, that the end of the world had come, and indeed for hundreds of them, it probably had.
It was the dawn of a new day. The fishermen were casting their nets, the people were just having a normal good time in the rainforest, and suddenly this tremendous darkening of the sun, so the sun goes blood red, and there was these explosions in the sky and an apparent fire in the forest. Now, the natives at the time believed that this was essentially the end of the world. We know of all of this because there happened to be a Catholic missionary in the area at the time, Father Fideli, who was embarking on his annual apostolic mission, and he arrived just at a time, a few days after the impact. The reports that followed from Father Fideli's diaries indicated that he'd arrived just in the nick of time as the local priest or witch doctor was preparing to administer this poison called tempo to the villagers in the community, who had been scared out of their wits by the event in the sky and were really believing that the sky god had come to ground and that it was necessary in some way to placate him by making a mass suicide attempt.
But the fear grew beyond the Amazon rainforest as word of the destruction spread. It wasn't until years later that the truth was known. 3 small asteroids exploded in tremendous fireballs a mile above the jungle floor. igniting a ground fire that destroyed over 800 square miles of rainforest.
My hunch is that the Brazilian event is a much smaller example than the Tunguska, maybe only 50 or 100 kilotons equivalent, and such an event probably runs into the Earth on the average about every 20 years.
Both the Siberian and Brazilian impacts occurred over sparsely populated areas of the world. Is it possible that we have not always been so lucky? In 1871, headlines around the world reported the fire that burned Chicago to the ground. The cause was reported to be a cow owned by Mrs. O'Leary. But what history has forgotten is the fact that on the same evening, at the same hour, a dozen separate fires swept through a surrounding four-state area, causing even greater devastation. Randall Carlson has devoted his lifetime to researching unexplained phenomena. He believes the inferno was another case of fire falling from the sky.
The reason no one can explain these great fires is that no one knew to look to the heavens. But recent studies have shown that a comet nucleus, only 100 yards in diameter, exploding 20 miles up in the atmosphere, can set a large pine forest on fire. This is the only explanation that can account for the simultaneous outbreak of massive forest fires all over the Midwest on October 8, 1871.
In fact, astronomers at that time were tracking the dying comet Biela, whose orbit was dangerously close to Earth. Some scientists have suggested that fragments falling from the comet may have ignited not only the Chicago fire, but the fires in neighboring states as well. The most deadly fire that night was not in Chicago, but in the small town of Peshtigo. 1,200 people died there in the worst fire in American history. A mass grave commemorates the remains of 350 of the victims burned beyond recognition. Robert Kuvillian is the president of the Peshtigo Historical Society. The stories he has preserved are of a fire unlike any other.
Fire was not unusual in this territory, but on this particular night, this was a fire like nobody else had ever seen. It was 7 or 8 o'clock at night when it became dark, and they could see this lurid glow in the western sky. It was like a thunder, a muttered thunder that never ceased. It just kept growing louder and louder.
Before they could run, a firestorm blasted them off their feet.
Trees were being uprooted and roofs were coming off of the homes. Chimneys were crashing to the ground. Everything was moving horizontally. It was like the heaviest snowstorm you've ever seen, only it contained the burning embers and the ashes and the red-hot sand and the dirt that was picked up. And when they decided it was time to go to the river, already it was too late.
The people who managed to reach the river were not yet out of danger. Clothing and hair combusted spontaneously. The air itself seemed to be on fire.
Eyewitnesses described that the very sky itself was on fire as far as the eye could see into space. Survivors felt like it was the end of the world.
Peshtigo was literally devoured by this fire from the sky. At sunrise the next day, survivors struggled from the riverbanks to tell stories of a night in hell.
Eyewitnesses described fireball and meteorite-like phenomena falling from the sky just prior to the outbreak of the fire. In the aftermath, they described whole forests of great maple trees uprooted and laid flat like new-mown hay. This is strikingly suggestive of the forests knocked flat to Tunguska. While no one was killed at Tunguska, 1,200 people lost their lives at Peshtigo.
Is it possible that there have been other tragedies? Other disasters we attributed to earthquakes or fires or tidal waves, only because we didn't realize how often the earth gets hit.
Fire from the Sky will continue on TBS, the Superstation.
The engineers of the Pontiac Grand Am design cars for people who get a kick out of driving. Complete with a powertrain built to precise aerospace tolerances. And that's helped keep more Grand Ams on the road even after 11 years than any car in its class. So buy a Grand Am for a good time. Have it around for a good long time. Grand Am. Built for kicks, built for keeps. Starting around 15.3.
So, you want to see my Discover Card statement?
I'm definitely a shopaholic. My biggest weakness would have to be shoes.
Cashback bonus award really floats my boat.
How many credit cards make a statement like that? It pays to Discover.
Worried that no one will visit your website? AT&T can drive customers right to your door. AT&T, nobody makes it easier to catch the wave.
Monday on CNN's Larry King Live. The Ramsey murder case. Police say everyone's a suspect, yet no suspect has been named. It's springtime, yet the Christmas murder of JonBenet Ramsey remains a mystery. Monday, 9 Eastern on CNN. Tomorrow night,
Bring her to me!
Sir Guy learns that killing an angel with the power to heal will end Robin's life. Only a miracle can save them both. Take aim with the new adventures of Robin Hood. Tomorrow night at 10 on TNT.
Nothing takes you out of the action faster than a diarrhea medicine that can let you down. But you can count on Imodium AD to stop diarrhea, often in one dose. You could end up taking dose after dose after dose of the pink stuff to stop diarrhea as effectively as Imodium AD. Don't take chances when you have diarrhea. Take Imodium AD, one dose relief you can count on.
When we built our house, we found a lot that was just perfect.
Yeah, well, it was the worst sight I'd ever seen.
We loved the view, and the sunsets are incredible.
The weather is brutal.
It had everything.
Earthquakes, tidal waves, horizontal rays.
We wanted lots of windows.
I insisted on Anderson windows.
At Anderson, we appreciate the builders who time after time make it look easy.
We're still in love with this house.
And I'm still recovering.
Worry-proof, time-proof. Anderson Windows.
We now return to Fire from the Sky on TBS, the Superstation.
For centuries, we've portrayed comets as fire-breathing dragons terrorizing the Earth, or as tremendous thunderbolts flung by the gods to punish us. In fact, comets are the leftover debris from the formation of the planets, giant balls of dust and ice. Impacts from comets are thought to have provided the water for Earth's oceans. NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California, is home to some of the world's leading experts on comet studies.
Comets are rather unusual objects. The small body in the middle may be a few kilometers in diameter, or even only a few hundred meters in diameter. But the atmosphere can grow to 100,000 or several 100,000 kilometers across. And they create long tails, a dust tail and a gas tail, or ion tail, typically. So that they can have tails perhaps 100 million kilometers in length, the distance of the Earth from the Sun, say 150 million kilometers. They can, in fact, appear very suddenly and surprisingly. We don't know that they're coming. Typically, they're found, in fact, by amateurs, simply looking with small telescopes, amateurs who are well-trained and know how to recognize a comet when they see it.
One such amateur, Thomas Bopp, discovered the now famous comet, Hale-Bopp.
That sunlight will kill it.
I'm basically kind of a shy guy. I don't have much of a social circle.
Thank you.
I belong to the North Phoenix Alternative Astronomical Society. We don't have any regular meetings or scheduled events. We just call each other up and head out to the desert to observe, have a good time.
On July 22nd, members of the club headed for the high desert.
It was already dusk when I arrived at the site where we were to observe, and my friends had their telescope set up around 11 o'clock at night, and it was my turn at the telescope. I noticed a tiny fuzzy patch in the right side of the eyepiece, so I swung the telescope around. I thought that it possibly might be a faint galaxy or a nebula.
In fact, he had stumbled onto one of the largest comets ever discovered.
About 8:25 the following morning, I received a telephone call from Dan Green of the Harvard-Smithsonian Astrophysical Observatory, and he said, well, congratulations, I believe you found a new comet. When I hung up the phone, I think I invented a new dance. I called it the Comet Dance. My wife said I was crazy, but I was dancing around the kitchen like a crazy man.
While comets are more visible and do pose a certain threat to the Earth, the greater danger is an impact by an asteroid. Asteroids are thought to be pieces of a planet that never formed. These leftover rocky fragments make up the asteroid belt that orbits the Sun between Mars and Jupiter. Groundbreaking research on near-Earth asteroids is being done by Caltech's Bill Bottke.
An Earth-crossing asteroid is an asteroid that has an orbit that crosses the orbit of the Earth. So these are the asteroids that could potentially impact the Earth. Right now, we estimate that there are possibly as many as 1,500 to 2,000 asteroids that are about 1 kilometer in size or larger that are on Earth-crossing orbits. An asteroid about the size of a house comes between the orbit of the Earth and Moon about once each day. And an asteroid the size of a football field comes between the Earth and Moon about once each month.
In 1996, a graduate student in astronomy, Carl Hergenrother, witnessed a record-close approach by a huge asteroid.
Well, the object we found, 1996 JA1, is actually a piece of an asteroid from the asteroid belt. There must have been a collision out there, and the object's hit, and the piece went flying off, and eventually ended up crossing the Earth's orbit. It was real exciting, and even a little scary at first. Because you first see it, and you know, okay, this is heading at the Earth. And then you go, I wonder if it's going to hit.
The asteroid passed within 400,000 miles of Earth. Had it been 7 hours later, it would have been a direct hit.
You want to find something, but you don't want to find something that interesting.
The magnitude of the asteroid threat to Earth was not a secret to everyone. For years, the U.S. military had been monitoring near space. Physicist Ed Tagliaferri succeeded in declassifying this top-secret information.
What we saw was that the rate of impact of the objects that hit us on a daily basis was really much higher than had been suspected before.
The 10-year-long study revealed 250 high-altitude detonations, as detected by military satellites designed to find nuclear missile launches. These detonations were caused by small asteroids exploding on contact with the Earth's atmosphere.
I think most people would be shocked by the amount of times, the number of times that we've been hit. The other thing that people would be shocked by is the amount of energy that these things bring in. Typically, even a small thing, something the size of a basketball, will light up the sky such that you could actually read a newspaper by it.
In 1994, one such asteroid hit over the Pacific Ocean near Micronesia.
It detonated at about 60,000 feet in the air, and it detonated with an energy of about 50 to 70 kilotons of TNT. That's 4 to 5 times the size of the bombs that were used in Nagasaki and Hiroshima. It was picked up by the DoD satellites, and in fact it was picked up by the entire nuclear detection system of the U.S. And I don't know for a fact, but I'm told that they even yanked the president out of bed on this one.
250 detonations over 10 years, 25 detonations a year, or one nuclear-type explosion every 2 weeks.
But there are still people in the government who are skittish about publishing it because it seems alarmist. When I tell you that something could happen that could wipe out the entire human race, that's alarming.
Fire from the Sky will continue on TBS, the Superstation.
TBS Destination Sunday. Next Sunday, meerkats, the most offbeat characters of the African wilderness. Playful, expert little hunters always on the lookout for a bigger threat. Mischievous meerkats. Next Sunday, 9 Eastern, only on TBS Destination Sunday.
It's a Honda. It's a Camry. It's a Taurus.
Just when you think you've seen it all, something rolls by that is honestly different, newer, and better.
Wow!
Introducing the all-new Century by Buick. It's the quietest,
I like it.
Most spacious, most luxurious Century ever.
You think it comes in leather?
So you want me to tell you about some of the things that are on my Discover card statement? I travel quite a bit. Ooh, I didn't know that the golf ball's around here. I'll take out $100 to buy the bait, gas up the boat.
How many credit cards make a statement like that? It pays to Discover.
It was just another day in the office. Then your memo captured the CEO's attention. Suddenly you were in the spotlight. It was your chance to shine. Too bad. Kiwi, when your shoes shine, so can you.
You know that feeling you get with ordinary contact lenses? It's the buildup of dirt and deposits.
Tell them about the free contacts.
I'm getting there, hon. That's why I called Johnson & Johnson at 1-800-701-6100 and got a free trial pair of AccuView from my doctor. AccuView always gives me the comfort of fresh new lenses.
They know about the free pair?
They know. AccuView is the lens doctors prescribe most often.
Mr. Curtis?
Even for you.
They know where to call?
They know. Change to AccuView for more comfortable contacts.
When you see that 2,000% a year internet growth rate, you want to just jump in. Thing is, the internet can help you gain or lose a lot of customers very quickly. If you disappoint someone, they can tell a few friends or a few thousand. It makes it crucial to work with a computer company that has experience helping people do business on the net. Not to mention the world's fastest servers, like Digital.
Digital. Whatever it takes.
We now return to Fire from the Sky on TBS, the Superstation.
You don't always need a telescope to see an asteroid or meteor. Sometimes they come too close for comfort. This meteor was captured by amateur cameramen before it finally impacted in New York State. This fireball, photographed passing 10 miles above the Earth, was large enough to have leveled a city had it hit. It streaked across 3 states in only a few seconds before skipping back into space.
They're moving at speeds which are 5, 10, 15 times the speed of what the space shuttle moves. They're moving at speeds of 15 to 50 kilometers per second. Those are just unbelievable speeds. Because of that, they carry so much energy that even an object the size of a basketball can be as energetic as a small atomic bomb.
But there are massive asteroids orbiting near Earth. Asteroids that would dwarf a modern city. Asteroids that, no matter where they hit, would cause global destruction.
If you hit a large metropolitan area with an iron asteroid a mile across, that would be an unimaginable catastrophe for the local area as well as for the world. It would simply obliterate.
It would explode with 30,000 megatons of force. More power than the entire nuclear arsenals of all the armies of the world. People at Ground Zero would never know what hit them. Millions would die in the first instant. The air, superheated to 9,000 degrees, would ripple outward hundreds of miles, and millions more would perish. An entire metropolitan city would be wiped from the face of the Earth. But you would be no better off if the impact occurred over the ocean.
People sometimes think that if an object were to hit in the ocean, that this would not create a problem, that much better hit in the ocean than on land. But the problem is that if you got a 1 mile in diameter body hitting in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, it would create a tidal wave that would probably wipe out all of the coastal cities bordering on the Pacific Ocean.
The waves rushing onto the land would tower miles into the air. Coastal cities would be inundated. Floodwaters would rush hundreds of miles inland, sweeping millions of people to watery graves. But what's even more horrific is that the same thing happens on land. Just as an impact on water creates a tidal wave, A large impact on land would create a tidal wave of Earth, hundreds of feet tall, that would circle the planet at 500 miles per hour, wiping out everything in its path. The impact would trigger an Armageddon of worldwide disasters. The initial impact would literally cause the whole planet to shake. Every major fault line could fail.
First is an earthquake that, depending on the size and speed of the impact, could be pretty severe, and it would be felt all over the world.
Billions of tons of Earth, heated white hot, would be hurled into the atmosphere and then fall back to Earth, igniting fires over the entire planet.
These secondary impacts there'd be billions of them. They would be all over the world, and they would serve to raise the temperature of the whole atmosphere. If you're outside, you'd be facing temperatures as high as an oven set to broiling. There'd be ground fires, forest fires all over the planet. Anything that could burn would burn.
The intense seismic activity causes volcanoes worldwide to erupt, blasting ash and smoke into a sky already blackened by raging fires. A black cloud forms around the entire planet.
This is not a cloud that causes a day to be dull and gray. This would be a cloud that would cut off all sunlight. The day would be black, the night would be black, and it would probably last for a year.
As sunlight is cut off, the temperature drops and a nuclear winter scenario begins.
If it wasn't already wintertime, if it were the northern hemisphere summertime, you could convert summer to winter.
It would be raining. The rain would be so much laced with nitrous acid, it would be like the mother of all acid rains. Photosynthesis would shut down. Plants wouldn't be able to survive. People and animals that eat plants would not be able to survive. And creatures that eat plant-eating creatures wouldn't be able to survive. Death would just go right up the food chain. Finally, as the sky finally starts to clear, you get a greenhouse effect, which slowly builds up the temperature and could last for hundreds of years. So it's just about every environmental disaster you could think of, all happening at once.
Fire from the Sky will continue on TBS, the Superstation.
This presentation is brought to you by SeaWorld. Come see all the new sensations at SeaWorld.
Adventure lives here, deep in the heart of legendary, faraway lands, lurking within ferocious steel monsters, right in the thick of nature gone wild. It lives to take you to new extremes. It feeds on the thrill of it all. Busch Gardens Williamsburg, Busch Gardens Tampa Bay. Adventure lives
here. It's the only one out there. And here it comes. The only compact pickup to offer a third door. Okay, folks, show's over. Chevy S10, like a rock.
There's something on my Discover card statement that's a surprise. It's seafoam green. It looks like something from the 50s. It looks vintage. My husband will absolutely freak out when he sees it. He's going to be so excited. I like makeup because I never wore very much before I started singing professionally. My favorite color is a color called faux, as in fake. Voila.
How many credit cards make a statement like that?
The more you spend, the more money you get back. You can't lose.
It pays to discover. Use it where you see the Novus sign.
Oh, I'm glad this day is over. Hey, you okay?
My arthritis. I could use some aspirin.
I've got some Tylenol.
No, I need something for the inflammation.
Beth, that's old news. My doctor told me most minor arthritis pain isn't caused by inflammation.
Osteoarthritis pain is caused by the wear and tear of joints, and Tylenol is the pain reliever doctors recommend most.
Maybe you'll start listening to me now?
Only about Tylenol.
Tylenol, the pain reliever hospitals use most.
It has happened before. It will happen again.
It'll happen. There's no way out of it. Someday, the Earth will get hit by a comet and an asteroid.
Fire from the Sky, a fascinating look at the fury of outer space. Its violent impact on our planet in the past, and most certainly in our future, is now available on home video for a limited time. Call now to own your copy of Fire from the Sky and receive Everybody's Comet, a layman's guide to Comet Hale-Bopp, free. Brought to you by Emmy Award-winning Turner Original Productions, Fire from the Sky will open your eyes to the very real evidence of asteroid destruction and the experts' sobering predictions for our future.
When I tell you that something could happen that could wipe out the entire human race, that's alarming.
Call now or send $24.95 plus shipping and handling to the address on your screen.
Next on Topics, it's a real-life Animal ER. Go behind the scenes to experience the life and death emergencies of our four-legged friends. Animal ER. Topics coming up next, only on TBS Destination Sunday.
We now return to Fire from the Sky on TBS, the Superstation.
It has been easy to dismiss the threat of an asteroid or comet impact. But Earth-bound research and space missions within our solar system are teaching us that the probability may be higher than previously thought. One space program using improved imaging cameras is discovering 400 to 500 new asteroids a night.
The chances that we will die in a comet collision are about the same as the chances that we'll die in an airplane crash. And just think of how much money the U.S. spends on improving aircraft safety. And the chances are about the same.
So how important is it to you to find an object which has maybe only a chance in 100,000 of killing you during your lifetime, but if it did happen, might wipe out not only you, but everybody else in the United States or even the world?
The events are very rare, but when they occur, they are globally catastrophic. And the Earth's population of 1 billion people is totally at threat.
Despite our growing awareness of this potential threat, funding is being cut worldwide for Spacewatch programs.
And we're talking about tens of millions of dollars. Not much more than how much you would pay for a few star athletes in football to look for more asteroids as sort of a life insurance policy against some random, very large asteroid impacting the Earth over the next few hundred years.
Now, why should we care? Well, first of all, it's our life. It's our civilization that's at stake here. The second thing is we have the technology that allows us to find these things, track them, and determine when and if they're going to hit the Earth.
If we did find an asteroid headed for Earth, could we do anything about it?
The whole answer to this is predicated on another question, and that is, when is it going to hit the Earth? If the comet that somebody discovers is going to hit the Earth within 2 months, there's nothing we can do. It's coming in too fast, and with 2 months warning, we would not be able to do anything. If it were small enough, we knew where on the Earth it was going to hit, we could work to evacuate that part of the planet. Could you imagine what a problem that would be to evacuate a whole part of the planet?
But if we had years instead of months, there are things we could do.
It turns out if you have a long lead time, like 10 or 20 years, it doesn't take very much of a push on an asteroid to change its orbit so that you could deviate it from a dead-centered hit to a clean mess.
The perfect technology to divert an incoming object may have been developed by the controversial Star Wars program.
The Ballistic Missile Defense Organization, originally called the Strategic Defense Initiative, actually developed the technologies which allow us to deal with these threats. All of the things that you need to do to intercept a ballistic missile are the same sorts of things you need to do to intercept and deflect an asteroid.
Then the hope is that if we know in time that we can send up a spacecraft and push them aside. This could be done with a nuclear bomb, a hydrogen bomb of some kind.
Because these objects are somewhat fragile, you may end up blowing them into sort of a shotgun blast. And when that shotgun blast comes toward the Earth, it has the potential to do just as much damage as a solid chunk coming towards the Earth. Atomic weapons may not be the best idea. Other means are the idea of going to an asteroid, landing on it, and setting up what they call a mass driver. This would be a device which would shoot pieces of the asteroid off at high velocity. And if you, again, set that up over many years and shot small fragments of the asteroids off in a consistent direction, you get a thrust. For every action, there's a reaction, and that asteroid could slowly be pushed out of the way.
But it's time that we look out into the heavens and look at our neighbors. We're no longer children in planet Earth. We're adults now. And we can look out into the sky and see what other worlds are out there.
If we fail to respond to the technical challenge of preventing these catastrophes, sooner or later, there will be an object, an asteroid or a comet, that will hit the Earth and cause devastation.
99% of all living species to have ever walked the Earth are extinct, many killed off by comet or asteroid impacts. They never knew what hit them. And therein lies the difference. We are the first species to recognize this threat from space, and only by dealing with it can we ensure our future on planet Earth. TBS Destination Sunday. Next Sunday on National Geographic Explorer, witness Indonesia's rituals of death, where the dead are exhumed and celebrated.
There'll be ancestors dug up. There'll be dancing around sacrificial animals.
Where spilling blood and funerals are joyful. Modern-day common practice or ancient barbaric custom. Borneo, Beyond the Grave. National Geographic Explorer. Next Sunday, 7 Eastern. Only on TBS Destination Sunday.
Watch out! Stop breathing for 10 minutes.
Let's have 5 cc's of epi.
Take on, here's the epi.
Hang on. Okay, that's good. Everybody clear? Clear.
Veterinary emergency. Oh, how far? How far did the cat fall?
Did you see him bite the electric cord?
He's not doing anything, he's just laying there? Okay, how many Prozac were in the bottle?
At the veterinary hospital of the University of Pennsylvania, a dedicated group of people save animals. More than 20,000 dogs and cats are brought in each year for some of the most advanced veterinary care in the country. All the medical services that are available in a human hospital, dogs and cats can get here.
Oh, yes, you have very good pulses, yes, you do.
The potentially critical patients are rushed into the 24-hour emergency service.
Lovely.
Dr. Des Hughes is one of the supervising vets in ES.
Emergency service will range from sitting in a chair reading a book to having 10 animals waiting, 3 or 4 of which could be dying.
It's okay.
We range in staffing up to sometimes 5 doctors and maybe 7 or 8 technicians.
Okay, bud.
And the busiest times in ES, it just looks like chaos from the outside, but it's organized chaos.
We need 2 milligrams of dexamethasone. We're in the market to take them to some real tiny ones.
You look for things like elevated heart rate, elevated temperature. You can actually see an anxious look on their face as well in some animals. And within a physical examination of about 30 seconds, we'll know whether we're dealing with a major life-threatening thing versus a one that can then just go back and sit in the waiting room.
Charlie, you said?
Yeah, that's her name, Charlie Girl.
Charlie Beth.
Charlie Girl is a young Labrador retriever with a serious teething problem.
She chewed up the TV remote control, and I can't find one of the batteries. And I'm afraid she swallowed it. I don't know what it might do to her. I don't want them to have to operate on her, but, you know, whatever has to happen, has to happen.
The first thing to happen is x-rays.
Charlie. Girl, what a good girl. You wag your tail, you silly girl. Okay, I know this tickles. It tickles. Charlie, it's okay. Charlie. Oh, she's so brave. Ready? Yep. Stay. Good girl. Okay. Whoa. Good catch.
I've seen different things that dogs have eaten. Headbands, socks, pantyhose. Yeah, I did see a bra once that was removed. The dog had gotten into the lingerie drawer.
Well, there you go. Charlie, that's why you're so energized.
The battery could be harmful to Charlie, so it will have to be removed soon.
When did he drink this? Oh, and how much did he drink? Yeah, bring him in right away. Yes. Okay, bye-bye. Little doggy drank vodka. A 2 or 3 pound little tiny dog drank about a half a cup of vodka.
1, 2, 3, go.
Emergencies are non-stop. The hospital doesn't just provide care for pets.
Okay, sweetie.
It's also a teaching facility.
Nope.
Jeff Berman is a second-year veterinary student. Working as a nurse, he's gaining valuable hands-on experience.
There are times when you need to separate out the emotion from the medicine.
It's a good job it wasn't a big needle.
But it is difficult, and there are times when emotion enters into things, especially when you're with some very critical patients.
He looks like a puppy that got boinked in the head.
Luckily enough, I'm in a position where I do have the time every now and then to move slowly with an animal, pet it, talk to it, and try to make it feel comfortable. And I think, to me, that's what the animals seem to appreciate.
Here we go, guys.
Sydney is the worry ward. He worries about everybody. He kind of is in charge of everyone. And Bandit, well, he just does whatever Sydney wants. I kind of liken them to like Felix and Oscar in that show.
Oh, come on, Bandit.
They're 2 dogs who really have a lot of medical problems.
Oh, this is ridiculous, Bandit.
Owner Barbara Keene has become quite a familiar face these days in the ES waiting room.
Good boy.
when one is sick, the other one's well. And so I told Sydney the other day, he's not permitted to get sick at all until Bandit is out of the woods.
Good boy, Bandit. Good boy. This lady adopted this dog 3 years ago.
Oh, really? Wow,
She's
she's a
been
trooper.
At the vet non-stop ever since.
Yesterday I noticed that his left eye was a little cloudy, and I was a little concerned because he is a diabetic.
Oh dear, poor Bandit. Oh, it's so terrible. Having a piece of tissue paper in your eye.
He has bilateral cataracts, and I know with his diabetes there's a likelihood that they will worsen, and I'm very worried that he's going to lose his sight, so that's why it was very important for me to get down here.
So he was drinking the vodka? Okay, why don't you give him to me and let me take him in the back so we can better assess him. Okay. He drank a glass of vodka? Huh? He drank a glass of vodka? Yeah.
The whole glass. He smells like a bottle of vodka, don't you think?
He really does.
Chokey drank the human equivalent of a gallon of vodka.
He got a load of his breath.
The owners say that he drank the vodka at a neighbor's house.
Certainly could kill this puppy. All this could kill it.
The puppy has its stomach pumped to remove the vodka.
Oof. I don't know why I drink that stuff.
The biggest things that we're concerned about is that he could go into a coma from the alcohol, and that's something that we're working to try to prevent right now. What we've done is given him some medication to try to get it out of his system, and I think we're going to see very quickly if he's going to get better or if he's going to get worse.
Mr. Crane?
Yes.
We just got the results of the x-ray, and she did indeed swallow batteries, and it's in her stomach. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to make her vomit.
The medication to make Charlie Girl vomit is in the form of a small pill placed in her eye.
You know, they tell us don't eat batteries as kids and everything. So I'm sort of thinking, oh my goodness, if she's punctured the battery, is it going to kill her? Is she going to die? And obstructions, you know.
She's feeling it. Oh. She's definitely starting. Yeah, she's definitely losing her edge. Uh-oh. Something's gonna blow. Girl.
Somebody has to go through it to find out if the battery's there. So doctor delegates to technician, who delegates to student, who delegates to volunteer, who delegates to work study student.
Where's the battery? Where is it? Definitely not in there.
Come on, one more go.
Yes!
Mr. Crane? She threw up the battery.
You're kidding me. And wire.
Yeah, this probably is for the inside of your remote.
Unbelievable.
So she can go home.
Bye-bye.
Animal ER will continue on TBS, the Superstation.
This presentation is brought to you by Pfizer Animal Health, who reminds you to ask your veterinarian about canine osteoarthritis pain relief.
Ah, what a day. Whole family went down to the lake, including the dog. Seems like just a few weeks ago, she was too stiff to get up, much less run around. But then our veterinarian told us about a breakthrough treatment program that could help her arthritis pain. Help? She's like her old self again. Isn't that right, lady?
Bullwinkle, we passed by here an hour ago.
Where's here? I thought we were there.
Bullwinkle.
Oh, don't
Okay,
worry, Rob.
that's enough TV for today.
Yeah.
Let's go for a ride.
Yeah, come on, we're out of here. Dad, where are we going? This better be good. We gotta go to the bathroom. Oh, honey, see that? See? That's cool.
When are we gonna be there?
Hey, stop, wait! Dad, can we take him home?
Ford Explorer, because the world's too big to be left unexplored.
We're there.
Mama said there'll be days like this, there'll be days like this. Mama said, Mama said, Mama said, Mama said there'll be days like this, there'll be days like this. My mama said.
When your stomach feels bad in most any way, Pepto-Bismol coats, soothes, and relieves. Pepto-Bismol, all your stomach needs.
Why 2 toothpastes?
If you must know, my dentist recommends Sensodyne for my sensitive teeth, and I need tartar control too.
I use 1 toothpaste for both. New Tartar Control Sensodyne.
You sound just like my dentist.
New Tartar Control Sensodyne.
We've got the ultimate deep dish, almost a full inch thick. Get a medium with up to 3 toppings, just $8.99. Any second pizza, $4.99.
Tuesday night, a celebration of men's figure skating with Brian Boitano, Scott Hamilton, and Paul Wiley. MCI presents 3 Masters on Ice. Tuesday night at 8:05 Eastern on the Superstation.
We now return to Animal ER on TBS, the Superstation.
Since I was a little kid, people used to joke, oh, go play with the animals, Jeff. And as I grew up, I kind of fell into it. Girl. Q-Tip is a little Jack Russell that my mom used to carry around in her pocketbook. Being as busy as I am, I don't like to leave her at home, so I will bring her into work with me a lot. Most people that work here have animals.
You're a good girl. Yes, you are. No. Come on.
There are animals that come in that get turned over to the hospital. People don't want to put them to sleep. Most of these animals get adopted out to hospital employees. If you're here, you're going to be attached to something. Sooner or later, it's just going to happen. And when something like that happens, you say, oh, I'll take it.
Good boy. This is Tumble. This is my boy. Hey, no biting. I adopted him, actually, through the emergency service. He had a fracture on the roof of his mouth, and we fixed it surgically, and I adopted him, and a couple months later, he started seizuring. I'm getting quite worried about him, actually. But I still love on him. He's still such a good boy. Oh.
I adopted him when he was 8 months old. He was hit by a car, had a broken back, among other things. He's paralyzed. There you go.
Now you can't catch it. Sit, Mike. He was brought here as a puppy. Yay! The owners had noticed that he was bumping into things, so our ophthalmology department looked at his eyes and said, no, he's totally blind. So the owners left him, and I guess we were going to euthanize him, but I think they talked him into signing him over the hospital. That way we could try to find him a home, and so I was the sucker that gave him the home. Mike, come. Mikey, come. Come. Good boy. That's a good boy.
Nearly 6 hours after he was admitted, the drunk puppy is still unconscious.
So you can watch him a while, and we just have him covered up so he can be warm. You can pet him.
The puppy's blood alcohol level is nearly equivalent to the coma death stage in people. Emergency care is only part of what goes on here. The hospital utilizes the latest in medical technology and employs specialists like Dr. Seth Koch, a veterinary ophthalmologist. Today, he and his students examine Barbara Keene's dog, Bandit.
Conjunctiva. We see a lot of conditions that are related to human medicine. There is no deep vascular infiltration. It's all, we see cataracts in all breeds, and we do the exact same procedure as they do in man.
9, 13, 38.
Bandit got cataracts in both eyes, and that's what's creating his gray haze. We have lateral corneal edema, which is essentially a corneal dystrophy.
A boxer named Maggie has just come to the hospital. While playing catch with her owners, her eye was punctured by a stick.
Okay, visually, forget it. Vision is destroyed in this eye. What would I do if this were my pup? I'd probably either remove the eye or put in a prosthesis. To take out that eye, just to physically remove it, gives her a blank wall for the next 12 to 15 years. I don't like that. And so I suggested that we put in a silicone implant. It allows the pup to have what looks like an eye, because the outside of the eye is his eye. The inside is the silicone. Okay, Sharon, I want to rinse out the cavity so that we are assured that there's no sticks or pieces of wood in here or anything.
Dr. Koch discovers that Maggie's cornea is weaker than he thought, and the implant may not hold.
Now, are we going to win or are we going to lose?
As a puppy, I'm keeping my fingers crossed.
It will be several weeks before Maggie's prosthetic eye can be deemed a success.
How's she doing?
Well, she seems like she's quieted down.
That's good.
Freema and Matt Geary are bringing in their cat, Anna Rose. She's been acting very peculiar since a routine spay operation just a few days ago.
Almost there. She just will start shaking and salivating, losing her, control over her bladder and so forth. She's just a complete mess right now, I'm afraid.
It's the little cat, isn't it?
Yeah, they're people.
Chief neurologist Dr. Sheldon Steinberg will take charge of Anna Rose's case.
She's not giving very good evidence of being aware of those things. Following a spay, the cat seemed not to have recovered from anesthesia normally and was presented with blindness and recurrent seizures. Obvious postural problems. That kind of story suggests that the liver is not detoxifying drugs or other agents adequately. And the most common of the reasons for that is an abnormality of the blood supply to the liver, is shunting, as we would say, blood around the liver. In any event, the blood isn't passing through the liver normally.
She's just a kitty.
Dr. Steinberg wants us to do a scan for a possible shunt.
Oh, my goodness.
And it won't lie still even to be clipped, so we need help.
Her pulse is strong for a kitty cat. To confirm the diagnosis of a shunt, the doctors perform an ultrasound scan on Anna Rose.
There it is.
So basically, we don't know for sure if it's intrahepatic, extrahepatic, or both.
Both. It seems to be.
Having defined the problem, we needed a surgeon to fix it. Do you think there's reason that I can encourage this woman that we can help her cat?
Yeah, if we can find the shunt, and if we can tie it off even somewhat, then more than likely we'll help the cat.
Waking up?
I know, it's all right. Oh, I'm sorry. You'll be okay.
Even little cats require lots of doctors, I guess. It's not proportional to their mass.
Anna Rose will have surgery tomorrow.
Animal ER will continue on TBS, the Superstation.
It's movies to die for. Killer movies every Monday night. This Monday, objects in her mirror may be more deadly than they appear.
Please, let's just turn back.
I've been waiting every minute since I quit prison to be dead.
Lee Remick, Rear View Mirror. Movies to die for. Killer movies every Monday night. 8:05 Eastern Monday, only on the Superstation.
Like a great piece of music, every Infiniti automobile is created one step at a time. We started with unparalleled luxury and added head-turning performance, then combined a wealth of elegance to create world-class styling and comfort. And they all come together during your Infiniti Retailer's Spring Sales Celebration, with resounding lease deals and financing options available on every Infiniti automobile. We thought you'd like the sound of that. The Infiniti Spring Sales Celebration until April 1st.
Touchstone Dealer's Choice. Fair Oaks Adorable. To be their best, championship dogs require scientifically balanced nutrition. The kind of nutrition they get in Dog Chow brand from Purina, which may be just the thing to bring out the champion in every dog like Wilbur. Now there's a new way to feed your champion. Introducing new Dog Chow with lamb and rice, made with real lamb and rice. Bring out the champion in your dog.
I didn't know if I could get into this father thing till I adopted Forbes as my little boy, Forbes veterinarian told me about some of the things that can affect my little buddy's health. Then she told me about HeartGuard Plus. He loves the tender real beef chewables of HeartGuard Plus. It plays an important role in raising a healthy little guy. And me? Well, I'm kind of getting into this dad thing. Hey.
Ask your veterinarian about HeartGuard Plus, caring for the health of your dog.
Those fingers in your hair, that slide, come hither stare, that look that lures them there, it's witchcraft.
It's new Adjusting Finesse. Now with hydrating silk proteins. Smooths every strand, so hair's soft, silky.
Those gorgeous flowing strands of it, I've got to get my hands on it. It's witchcraft.
New Silk Protein Finesse. Get the look that gets the touch.
We now return to Animal ER on TBS, the Superstation.
Sit down, please. Please. What do you think? Is he big? Good boy, sit. Sit. Good boy, sit. Good boy.
Veterinary emergency. Hi, Jeff. Oh, not again. Q-tip got bitten again? Oh, Jeff. Okay, bring Q-tip back on in again. Okay, bye. Q-tip got munched again. Q-tip.
Oh, Jeff.
Don't even talk to me about that. Q-tip, in her fury for food, just goes after our other dog. And he, in turn, being a much bigger dog, turned around, took a huge chunk right out of her. This was the fourth time that this has happened.
This does remind me of the dog that came in after having its throat cut, except it was the other side of its neck.
Yeah.
It's nice that my son works here and everybody really pays special attention. But I'm sure every dog that comes in here gets the same kind of attention.
She'll need to be sutured up, but it seems like she'll be all right. It is a professionally embarrassing thing. You don't want your own animal to be one of your patients.
Thor is a German Shepherd that has been seizuring for the last few days.
Come on, buddy. It's okay, honey. Let's do this nice and gentle.
He came to me after the first seizure and total blank. And I knew something was wrong because usually he comes to me, cocks his head, a kind of expression. And even though it was dark and I'm blind as bat, he sat at my bed and just dead on like he did not know. And I kept saying, what's the matter, boy? What's the matter?
This is when he had his first seizure.
It was exactly 2:35.
I mean, the next day, he didn't know his name.
He didn't know his name.
It's all right, Thor. I think he's going to have another seizure.
One of the possible causes of Thor's seizures is epilepsy, a common problem in dogs and cats that can usually be controlled by the drug phenobarbital.
When you have a seizuring animal, you're really committed to a lifetime of adjusting doses, having re-exams, having liver enzymes checked, etc. They always have seizures. What we do is try to reduce the frequency with which they have them and the length of each one.
Okay, you want to think about what to do here or what?
He's seizuring again.
I don't want him to have to go through life on drugs.
Yeah, this is his thing.
I don't want him drugged up for the rest of his life.
You gonna put him down?
You want to? I think we should rule out the one.
What, is that what you want to do? You want to have the lung test done? What if they find something they have to operate on him?
I mean, once they operated and took care of it, it would be over.
Thor's family waits for the result of a crucial blood test, which will determine his fate.
Got a bit of a hangover.
Back in the holding cages, Choki, the vodka pup, has made a remarkable recovery.
He's probably going to be a lot better by morning, and he'll probably not remember any of it.
As for Q-Tip, she's in stable condition after getting sewn up. Anna Rose, the kitten with the shunt, will be operated on today. Dr. Holt plans to tie off the shunt so that the little cat's liver can process her blood properly and her neurological systems can be restored. The cost to the Gearys will be over $2,000.
Well, she's a very big part of our lives. We don't have any children, and to some extent, we think of her almost as one of our children.
Intestines out of the way. Now, if you look, you can see a large vessel running along here. So that's the shunt.
I've heard a couple of times that, you know, we're crazy, why would you spend all this money and so forth. And we just tell them, you haven't had the experience of having had her as part of the family for the last 6 months.
I'm going to be inclined to be a little bit conservative in this cat because I can't tie this thing off completely.
She's just brought such happiness to our lives, and we want to continue that, whatever the cost. It's worth it to us.
I believe we can do all the lawyer jokes.
Lawyer jokes, good.
Why don't sharks eat lawyers? Professional courtesy. 6 lawyers buried up to their heads in sand. What does this indicate? Lack of sand.
Hi there, how are you? My name's Dr. Hardy.
Good to meet you.
I've just been in with Dr. Holt on the surgery with your cat, and I was just coming really to bring you up to speed because I know you've been waiting.
Of course, yes.
She's now in recovery from anesthesia, and she's going to go across to the intensive care unit, and she's going to be there overnight. But the surgery went well, and she's now just coming round from that.
We were able to find the shunt and tie the shunt off probably 50 to 75% of its diameter.
I'm glad she's going to be fine.
In some of these animals, the liver develops to a reasonable amount of function and the animal does very well. However, if this cat's liver does not seem to be developing adequate function, then a second surgery would be indicated with the same aim as the first, to go in and see how much further we can tie the shunt off.
Good girl. Oh, she's doing much better. Took her a while to wake up from anesthesia today. She was a little slow in recovery. Okay, put her back in.
Thor, the dog that's been seizuring, is heavily sedated. His latest blood tests, although not definitive, point toward epilepsy.
Do you want to work him up some more, do other tests, or do you want to leave him overnight and have us start giving him phenobarbital without having a definite diagnosis? That decision's up to you.
You want me to put down?
Yes, you can do that. Is that what you'd like to do, or was that just a question?
I can't take seizure. I haven't slept since last Thursday.
Yeah.
I just, I can't see myself like that.
Okay.
Take them down.
The doctors call it the pink juice.
Personally, I feel like it's not a good enough reason to put a dog to sleep. I can't force my opinions on them, so. And it's hard to find a home for a dog who has seizures. So it's probably best for this dog that it be put to sleep, but I'd rather treat it.
Animal ER will continue on TBS, the Superstation.
Landlord. You got a cat in there?
A cat?
Yeah, you know, fuzzy, 4 legs, tail, meow, stinks up the whole apartment. Word is you got one.
Look for yourself.
Sorry to bother you.
Tidy Cat with continuous odor control. If it's anything less than Tidy Cat, you'll know.
The Mitsubishi Eclipse Spider GST.
Puree del pane tostato.
Puree del pane tostato.
The perfect way to express yourself in any language.
Dove sono le valigie?
Dove sono le valigie?
Buon gusto, sei bella e parli italiano.
Buon toast, vorrei una fetta de valigie. Ciao.
The 1997 Eclipse Spider and Coupe Mirage and 3000 GT. The family of sports cars from Mitsubishi. Built for living.
Monday on CNN's Larry King Live. The Ramsey murder case. Police say everyone's a suspect, yet no suspect has been named. It's springtime, yet the Christmas murder of Jean-Benet Ramsey remains a mystery. Monday, 9 Eastern on CNN.
The best arenas, the biggest names, and the toughest action to ever hit the ring. Get it 100% live and ringside. 2 hours of WCW Monday Nitro. Tomorrow night at 8 on TNT.
Mothers have learned from countless doctors and pharmacists that the way to take care of a cough is with fast, soothing Robitussin. And they've taken this advice home.
Next.
Robitussin, recommended by Dr. Mom.
At Firestone, we take our competitive traditions seriously. Take our sale on steel-belted radials. Now competitively priced at 4 for $99 with a 45,000-mile limited warranty. So hurry into Firestone.
Ah, what a day. Whole family went down to the lake, including the dog. Seems like just a few weeks ago, she was too stiff to get up, much less run around. But then our veterinarian told us about a breakthrough treatment program that could help her arthritis pain. Help? She's like her old self again. Isn't that right, lady?
We now return to Animal ER on TBS, the Superstation.
Ready, Tom? Take your medicine. I just gave him phenobarbital and potassium bromide, which are 2 medications that we use commonly in dogs and cats at seizure. Did you finish it? Nope. Eat some more. Finish it. He's not the brightest cat in the world. Eat that last little piece, honey. Good boy. I think from his head trauma, he's not all with it up there. Yeah. Cute. He's looking at the cat.
Pick you. You're nervous. You're very nervous. I know that. Hi.
Barbara Keene has returned. But this time, the problem is with Bandit's brother, Sidney. Sidney's been walking in circles lately.
I'm a registered nurse. I work in the operating room. And I'm very aware of what's available for us when we get sick. And I guess I want the same for my guys.
Sidney's an old-timer, and his disorder is an accumulation of lots of problems. And that's a function of time, how hard your life was, and how unlucky you might be. That's not unlike people, old people. But old people deserve a shot, so does Sydney.
He's out. Sam a little shake.
Taking advantage of the most sophisticated diagnostic equipment available, the doctors give Sydney an MRI brain scan.
How old's the dog?
13.
13. Yeah. Close the door behind you.
It's the brain.
The MRI uses a powerful magnetic field to create a detailed image of Sydney's brain. The doctors view it for any sign of a stroke or tumor.
They said yes.
You don't see that little wispy thing coming down here?
A small inactive abnormality was seen in a part of the brain. So there are some uncertainties that remain with Sydney.
With the help of drug treatment, Sydney can go home, beginning to straighten out his stride.
The patient seems none the worse for our ignorance, and perhaps has benefited a little bit.
Yeah, that's good.
Anna Rose is having her first meal after the operation. And a visit from her parents.
She's got a good appetite.
Yeah.
So if it was you or I a day after abdominal surgery, I don't think we'd be standing up and eating.
That's her favorite activity. There you go.
This is a walk with McGee. He pulls, and I yank. Come on, come back.
McGee's behavior has begun to affect the health of everyone in the Flax household.
He's real high-strung, real nervous, very, very sensitive. I mean, if I stand up too quickly, he jumps to attention. He races ahead of me. I mean, it just makes us crazy. Shh, it's okay. Look, either he goes on Valium or we do, because he makes me nuts. It's only guilt that has prevented us from getting rid of him. I know if we took him to the SPCA, he would be put down, and I couldn't live with myself. Because he loves us. We just couldn't do it to him. He will do this. If we drove 2 hours, he would do it for 2 hours. It just sets your teeth on edge. I'm already annoyed. Sit. Sit. In a chair. Come on, sit. Don't sit.
Mr. and Ms. Flax?
When it comes to behavior, the expert is Dr. Karen Overall.
I'm Dr. Overall.
She's a certified specialist in behavioral medicine.
And this is the victim. Hi, sweetie. McGee. Hello. Well, yes, pays a lot of attention to things, right? Okay. If he's in the yard and a dog passes him, what happens?
He goes nuts.
Okay. What happens if a person passes?
He goes nuts.
Oh, interesting. What if he's on a leash and a person passes?
He still goes crazy.
Most of these dogs or cats are suffering from some sort of anxiety-related disorder, and the interesting thing is they can get better. 90% of our patients get better. He's showing all the classic anxiety behaviors. His foot's wiggling, he's trying to hide all of his limbs, and see that he's sucking in his what's that? It's a profoundly anxious response. What we're going to be doing is giving this dog a lifelong set of rules to live by that will counteract the anxieties and teach the dog more appropriate behaviors. And in fact, he may need lifelong anti-anxiety medications. Ask him to look.
Look at me. Look at me. Look at me.
That's it.
Good boy.
Good. Okay, now
boy.
don't
Sit.
go anywhere for a minute. The behavior modification focuses on teaching the dog to relax.
Hey, look at me. Look at me. Can you look? Can you look? Can you look? Shh, shh, shh. Look at me. Look at me.
Good. That's the look.
Boy.
Did you see that
Yeah,
calm
I sure
around
did.
the face? The tension goes out. McGee's long-term prognosis is excellent. These people are really highly motivated to work with him, and that's a very hopeful sign.
Mickey, you worn out? You tired?
Animal ER will continue on TBS, the Superstation. TBS
TBS Destination Sunday. Next Sunday on National Geographic Explorer, witness Indonesia's rituals of death, where the dead are exhumed and celebrated.
There'll be ancestors dug up. They'll be dancing around sacrificial animals.
Where spilling blood and funerals are joyful. Modern-day common practice or ancient barbaric custom. Borneo, Beyond the Grave. National Geographic Explorer. Next Sunday, 7 Eastern. Only on TBS Destination Sunday.
Ah, what a day. Whole family went down to the lake, including the dog. Seems like just a few weeks ago, she was too stiff to get up, much less run around. But then our veterinarian told us about a breakthrough treatment program that could help her arthritis pain. Help? She's like her old self again. Isn't that right, lady?
Did you see the look on his face?
Hey, here comes another one. Come to Papa. Wait, not a Ford Contour. That thing's got more moves than a cat. And it's so quick.
What do they think we are? Greyhound?
Test drive the newly restyled Ford Contour. One drive will surprise you.
Hey, you guys up for a little Italian?
Someone's been sneaking my Milano cookies. The baby? Would she know how to savor every moment?
The finest dark chocolate between two delicate cookies. Milano cookies from Pepperidge Farm. Treasure was meant to be discovered.
We've got the ultimate deep dish, almost a full inch thick. Get a medium with up to 3 toppings, just $8.99. Any second pizza, $4.99.
Wow! Now!
Taking the best care of your cat makes you feel pride. That includes feeding him Purina Cat Chow brand cat food. Cat Chow has a unique formula of 42 essential nutrients cats need to stay healthy and active. And it's 100% complete and balanced.
Wednesday night, the NBA is on TBS. Grant Hill has the Pistons in high gear for the playoffs. Can the Knicks grind them to a halt in the Big Apple? Pistons and Knicks, 8 Eastern, Wednesday night on the Superstation. Don't miss a game.
We now return to Animal ER on TBS, the Superstation.
Located outside of Philadelphia is the New Bolton Center, a division of the veterinary hospital dedicated to larger animals. From foals, to sheep, to cows, to llamas.
Well, we have the dogs and the cats and the birds, but I always wanted a llama. And after we got one, we got the second one, and then we got the third one. They're kind of like potato chips, you know, you just can't stop at one.
New Bolton is a unique facility with people specializing in surgery, sports medicine, and neonatal care.
Guess it's exciting nursing for your first time. She's on. Yeah. Yep.
There's a very, very common misconception that a horse breaks a leg, you've got to pull out your Smith & Wesson and do them in. That's not the case. The majority of fractures that we see in horses can be repaired. One of the real heartbreaking parts of doing orthopedic surgery in horses is that you can spend hours and hours repairing a fracture and then have the horse blow the leg completely apart in his wild attempts to stand up when it wakes up from general anesthesia.
Okay. All the legs are down? We got them.
We allow the horse to wake up in the swimming pool, and the resistance of the water prevents the animal from disrupting the fracture. Nevada, you awake? Huh? She's just so dumb. They wake up disoriented. Their initial reaction is, I've got to get out of here, I don't know where I am. it's very, very difficult for the horse to struggle against the resistance of the water.
And keep the noise down here. Okay, go ahead.
Then after the horse is completely awake, the horse is taken up in the sling to a monorail system.
Slow, don't pull so hard, don't pull so hard.
And then it's slid to a recovery stall where it's set immediately into a standing position.
There you go, drop her. Good. Good girl. Woo.
The treadmill is analogous to what people do when they do a stress test. We use an endoscope, and basically that's a small tube that's got a little TV camera on the end, and it allows us to get a crystal clear picture of their throat. We're able to monitor all kinds of things that we couldn't monitor if the horse were whizzing by us at 35 miles an hour.
For some very important patients, the new Bolton doctors make house calls. Spot is a 24-year-old horse that suffers from founder, a degenerative hoof disease. Founder is considered terminal, but the new Bolton doctors have devised an innovative new treatment.
This will just give him more support, makes it easier for him to stand up, just gives him a little bit better base of support.
Come on, Spot, let's relax. I know.
Mr. Castle, Spot's owner, has a very unusual relationship with his horse.
Yeah, he says, you know, this is a little much, you know?
Mr. Castle is exceptional in his ability to really know this horse well. And when we went through some crises with the horse as far as trying to really decide whether this horse had a quality of life or was suffering, Mr. Castle turned to me and said, Jim, I'll know when this horse is suffering.
You can tell he doesn't like that right one. Right middle? Right. He says that one isn't a good one. It's itching too much. He has a strong preference for classic Coke as opposed to Pepsi.
Now, just keep it like that. We should be fine. Okay.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, let's slide down. Yeah, come on. Yeah. Yeah, the boy's really tired, yeah.
Animal ER will continue on TBS, the Superstation.
This presentation is brought to you by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately?
It's one of the most comfortable cars I've ever driven.
People love talking about Ford Taurus.
It's fun to drive. It really is.
With Taurus, you fit in no matter what size you are.
I'm big.
I'm surprised by how much room there is inside it.
Everybody in my family's big.
Just turn the wheel a fraction of an inch. The car responds.
There's a lot more room.
It's designed so I don't have to search for anything. The seats feel like they wrap around you.
It's a state-of-the-art car.
Ford Taurus, the best-selling car in America, starting at $18,545.
This car is a pleasure to drive.
I have fun.
Touchstone Dealer's Choice. Fair Oaks Adorable. To be their best, championship dogs require scientifically balanced nutrition. The kind of nutrition they get in Dog Chow brand from Purina, which may be just the thing to bring out the champion in every dog like Wilbur. Now there's a new way to feed your champion. Introducing new Dog Chow with lamb and rice, made with real lamb and rice. Bring out the champion in your dog.
Same cars, same price, but one of them costs up to 15% less to insure, giving one driver more money toward accessories. Geico, a 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
You may never need your car insurance company early in the morning or late at night. But we offer 24-hour service anyway. Geico, a 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
1, 2, 3.
It's Red Lobster's Lobster Fest with the lowest Lobster Fest prices in 5 years and new lobster dishes like double stuffed lobster plus all your favorites. It's Lobster Fest at Red Lobster.
It was just another day in the office. Then your memo captured the CEO's attention. Suddenly you were in the spotlight. It was your chance to shine. Too bad. Kiwi, when your shoes shine, so can you.
TBS Destination Sunday, next on National Geographic Explorer.
Join me as Mother Nature unleashes her fury from killer waves to deadly avalanches.
Disaster Sunday begins next with National Geographic Explorer. We now return to Animal ER on TBS, the Superstation.
It's midnight at the hospital. A dog named Daisy is brought in with a critical injury. She's been hit by a car.
This dog was hit really bad.
Dr. Debbie Sigler is faced with a difficult situation.
How am I going to discuss this with the owners? I have to maintain a professional attitude. I can't get extremely upset. I can't get really emotional myself because I want them to feel like their animal's taken care of appropriately.
Yeah,
so, do I have your permission to go take a really quick x-ray just of that, okay? Because that certainly is going to change, what we're going to do.
Yeah, no,
okay?
I suspect that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so...
No, anything you need to do.
Okay. Okay. You need to be thinking about the quality of life of your animal. And sometimes you win and sometimes you lose, unfortunately. Oh my gosh. Holy cow. Chances of the cord being completely transected are just so high. We can certainly do surgery, but very slim, very poor prognosis. Doesn't look too good.
Yeah. Suspected.
Yeah, the x-rays show a very, very large displacement of her spinal cord. So basically, here we are with the spinal cord.
And then kaboom.
And then it's all the way up here. In people, it's difficult enough for them to deal with situations like that. And then in dogs, it's even worse.
So I guess the best thing to do is put her down?
That's definitely an option. And I leave that up to the owners to decide.
Hi, love. I have Dr. Sigler here with me. Daisy's spinal cord is snapped. Okay. I'm going to stay here with her. I will be home soon. Sorry, love.
Putting animals to sleep. I think that is really hard, no matter what the situation is. Even if I know that it's right and it's completely justified in my mind, it's still very difficult. Okay, Daisy. And there are definitely some times where I get very upset and I'm upset for days. This is a good night.
Every day at the hospital, there are sad endings.
Oh, hello, sweetheart.
But there are happy endings, too. The special bond that only exists between people and their animal companions is a daily reminder to the doctors, nurses, and staff of why they do what they do.
Mommy missed you too. I missed you too. I know it. I love you.
Oh, boy. I know. Go home. Baby.
Look who's back. Kitty, look at him. I think you missed him.
Give me a kiss.
Information now.
Give me a kiss.
And I guess keep them away from all alcoholic beverages.
She was better about 6 hours after we left the emergency room. Come on, Charlie. Come on, Charlie. Grab the ball. She didn't miss a meal. She didn't miss a beat. And then, in fact, about a week later, we found the remote in her mouth again. Play with the ball. She didn't get the batteries this time.
This is Maggie. She got a stick through her eye.
She got a little too excited one day and was jumping up when I went to throw it, and it caught her right in the eye.
It was our stupidity and our irresponsibility that hurt her. I was really upset about that. But now I see her, she's totally fine. I like the way her eye looks now. I mean, it's not a perfect eye, but nobody's perfect.
Yeah, she's back to normal. No more sticks for you, right?
Come on. That's a good girl. Come
You gotta
here.
bring the ball.
There is definitely an improvement in McGee. He is calmer. He's happier.
Come on, McGee, time for your pill. Want to eat?
Well, I didn't expect Lassie, but I was hopeful.
Sit. Stay. Sit.
It's a nicer house with McGee on drugs.
Are you ready to go? You want to go out, huh? We're going to go for a little walk. He says, I haven't been out this morning much. No. Spot is doing very, very well. He has these unusual shoes that are made out of foam rubber that were so artfully done by the people down at New Bolton. He has been much, much more comfortable, and he can really get out there and walk around and enjoy himself. He says, you know, if I had another carrot or two, I'd be feeling even better, you know? If I know him so well, I know what he's got on his mind. I know what he's thinking about. I am sort of Spot's ventriloquist or something. Just don't give me that sugar-free stuff, he said. You know?
Q-Tip's been recovering fine. And I think I'm partly in denial about actually making sure something doesn't happen again. She wants to be in control. She just doesn't realize that her size doesn't help matters very much. She's a dominant dog, as many Jack Russells may be, and all I can say is thank God that they come in small bodies, because they would be very hard dogs to deal with if they came in large bodies.
Hey! She's doing great. She's just about back to normal. She just had her stitches out today. She does have her sight back. We're certain of that because she can follow things around now, as you can see. I wouldn't have thought that she could have been brought back to this point, given the condition that she was in, and they just did wonders for her.
Next on the Superstation, Destination Sunday. Meet the man who travels the globe tracking dangerous tidal waves on National Geographic Explorer. Next on the Superstation.
Next on TBS Destination Sunday.
Wayans and David Allen Greer are back. Women speak a different language. They speak estrogenese. Damon premieres March 22nd on Fox.
There's no turning back as all new magic secrets are revealed right now on Fox.
We're back where it all started. An abandoned warehouse in an undisclosed location where our masked magician is about to reveal more of the amazing secrets behind magic's biggest illusions. Good evening. I'm Mitch Pileggi. Since we last met, magicians throughout the country have been outraged. They say we did something wrong and ordered us to stop. Well, guess what? We're going to do it again anyway. Tonight, we'll reveal the truth behind magic's most closely guarded secrets, including the world's most dangerous illusion, Houdini's famous water torture escape. A warning, if you don't want to know how these tricks are done, better switch to another channel right now. For his first trick, the masked magician will perform an illusion known simply as the crush. The trick is to make it look as if our lovely assistant is being crushed inside this wooden box. As always, we'll start by showing you how the illusion is performed. Then we'll reveal the secrets of how it's actually done. Now for the second box. 2 more assistants step inside and sit down. When the magician gives the cue, a crane lifts the box into the air. Again, the doors are open to prove that there is no extra hiding space at the bottom of the box. It also gives you a chance to see some well-toned midriffs. Notice the first box is mounted on sawhorses, so you can see that the assistant didn't just climb out the back. Remember, this is a world-class magician performing these dangerous tricks. Please do not attempt any of tonight's illusions at home. The box is now slowly lowered, making it appear as if our assistant is being squashed inside the box. But if that were really happening, you'd probably hear her screaming right about now. Once the second box is completely inside the first, the doors are opened again. Let's see. She's not in there. Or there. It looks like our lovely assistant has been crushed under the weight of the second box. But we know there has to be another explanation. Once the doors are closed, the box is lifted back into the air. When the doors are opened again, we see that our lovely assistant has somehow managed to survive. Could it be magic? I don't think so. How did our assistant avoid the crush? Here are the secrets. Although it may look as if our assistant is being smashed, it is merely an optical illusion. We've cut out the side of the box so you can see that the back is actually built at an angle. This creates just enough space for our assistant to squeeze into. You need a very flexible assistant to pull off a trick like this, or things can get pretty messy. As soon as the doors are closed, the assistant moves to the back of the box and gets into position. Watch as she quickly squeezes her body into the tiny space. This must be carefully done, because there is a real danger of being crushed under the weight of the second box. Here's what it looks like inside. Talk about a tight squeeze. Once the doors are closed, the box is lifted back into the air. Now she has enough room to slide back into her original position and finish the trick. The doors are opened.
And there she is, lovely as ever.
With the help of this very lovely assistant, the masked magician will now create the illusion of teleportation. Most of the time, assistants are used only as a diversion. Not in this case. Here she is a very important part of the trick. The magician wants you to get a good look at the assistant, and not for just the obvious reasons. He backs her up a flight of stairs and onto a platform. They dance around the top to prove that there is no place to hide. The magician takes out a handkerchief and ties the assistant's arms over her head. In order to make it appear that she is tied really tight, he uses 2 separate knots. He looks back to make sure she can't escape. Then the magician makes his way over to the second platform. He climbs the stairs, gets into position, and gives the cue. The curtains go up. When they come down, our beautiful assistant has magically been transported to the other platform. Physically impossible? Not really. While this is one of magic's most convincing illusions, you'll be surprised at how easily it's done. First, the magician ties a loose slip knot around his assistant's wrists so she can quickly break free and drop to the bottom of the platform. But if she's merely hiding, then how could she be magically transported to another platform 10 feet away? Was it mirrors? A holographic image? Take a look. That's right, identical twins. But you need more than just twins to pull off a trick like this. You also need perfect timing and execution. Notice the illusion is staged on high platforms, so the audience can't see where the other twin is hiding. From this angle, you can see that when the illusion begins, she is already out of sight. The magician ties up our first twin, then makes his way to the other platform. When the curtain is raised, she breaks free and hides in a way only a limber dancer could. On the other platform, her twin sister hides in the exact same position, waiting to make her magical appearance. When the curtain is raised, she stands up, red scarf in hand. A warm hug from our magician, and the illusion is complete. Take another look. With the help of our split screen, you can see the simultaneous action. Virtually all major magicians use twins in their acts. And you thought all they were good for were gum commercials.
Coming up, the amazing secret behind the world's scariest illusion, Houdini's water torture escape. Plus, how to shoot an arrow through a woman's body without drawing a drop of blood.
This week at Rancho La Puerta, I will swim 310 laps. I will run 23 miles. I will lift 2 hours a day. I don't think so.
At Rancho La Puerta Spa in Baja, Mexico, you can do everything. Well, should your determination completely fail you, absolutely nothing. But you can't do anything with American Express. So bring your Visa card. It's everywhere you want to be.
All over Italy, they share the same love. Parmigiano.
Parmigiano.
That's why the Olive Gardens created chicken Parmigiano like you've never seen. The aroma tells you something's different. But when you cut into it, you'll discover the real surprise. A feast of Italian cheeses. It's called new stuffed chicken Parmigiano. Enjoy it with our tricolor pasta and all the salad and breadsticks you'd like. It's stuffed chicken Parmigiano. It's only $9.95 and it's only at the Olive Garden.
Parmigiano.
They're wild, wicked.
You're good, you know that?
And dying to play with you.
I am scared. There's no one to trust.
Kevin Bacon, Matt Dillon, Nev Campbell.
You can trust me.
Wild Things, directed by John McNaughton, rated R. Opens March 20th.
The introduction of Visine revolutionized eye care. Now, there's Advanced Relief Visine. This simulation shows how its moisturizing formula spreads soothing, cooling relief. New Advanced Relief Visine. Advanced relief for irritated eyes.
If you can do this, you can make wood beautiful with Minwax. And if you can do this, you can give wood lasting protection. Turning a house into a beautiful home is as easy as turning to Minwax.
8 hours on my feet, they're tired and achy.
Relieve tired, sore, achy feet with Johnson's Foot Soak. This unique 3-ingredient soak gives warming triple-action relief that penetrates, soothes, relaxes.
Ah.
Soothing Johnson's Foot Soap.
Hey, girls.
Man, I am thirsty. Use a poem, maybe. Oh, pretty, please. Come on now. You're in there. Come on, son. Hey,
No self-control.
Come on now, Dr. Pepper. I don't want nothing else. Dr. Pepper, it's the day. Let's go, Dr. Pepper.
The trial
Were you and Mr. Hunter ever lovers?
He raped me.
The testimony.
The jury couldn't stop drooling over Valerie's past.
The verdict that could rip their lives apart.
We, the jury, find for the...
An all-new 90210. Then it's the episode you've been waiting for.
What if those test results come back and they say that the cancer is still there?
You'll find out.
I'll call you as soon as I know.
Will Charlie live or die? A brand new Party of Five. It all starts Wednesday at 8, 7 Central on Fox.
Now the masked magician will turn one of his assistants into the strongest woman on Earth, the Lady of Steel. You've probably noticed she's already got abs of steel, so that's not the trick. In order to transform flesh and blood into solid steel, he must first hypnotize her. She fixes her eyes on the crystal pendant. I bet you didn't know that our magician was also a master hypnotist. It looks like she's fallen under his spell. Suddenly, her body goes limp. The magician is now in complete control of her mind and body. She appears lifeless and weak. But not for long. He commands her arm to rise. I told you he was in control of her body. Then he uses his magical powers to infuse her with superhuman strength. Amazingly, her arm is now capable of supporting his entire weight. He repeats the process with her other arm. I wonder if this is how Supergirl got her start. Again, he uses her arm to lift himself off the ground. He makes sure that she's still in a deep trance. Then he calls for his other assistants. They climb up the ladders and get ready to put the Lady of Steel to the ultimate test. It seems impossible, but she is now supporting more than 200 pounds on top of her arms. Is this really the world's strongest woman? Don't bet on it. How did he do it? This trick is done with a little sleight of hand and a lot of help from this ordinary-looking chair. As for the magician's incredible hypnotic powers, he has none. But you probably knew that. Now, here's what you didn't know. While it looks like he's turning his assistant into a Lady of Steel, he's only doing this to block your view. This is so you won't see him secretly pulling out metal bars that are hidden in the back of the chair. This is what it looks like without the assistant. Here's something else you didn't know. The chair is actually made of welded steel. It's painted to look like wood. It's also bolted to the ground, so it can't move. Although it appears that the assistants are climbing out onto her arms, they are actually standing on the metal bars. This requires excellent balance and coordination. Meanwhile, our Lady of Steel must keep her arms perfectly still so the audience can't see the bars. And that's how it's done. Now for a classic illusion. The vanishing scarves. First, the magician shows you that these are ordinary scarves. They look pretty ordinary. Then he stuffs the scarves inside a glass tube. Watch carefully and see if you can figure out the trick. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Presto. The scarves are gone. How did he do it? You've heard that the hand is quicker than the eye. Well, this trick proves that scarves are even quicker. What you don't see is that the scarves are hooked to a short piece of fishing line that runs up the magician's sleeve, behind his back, and along his other arm. When he extends his arms, the fishing line is pulled tight, and the scarves disappear into his sleeve. Even in slow motion, it's hard to see. We always knew that the masked magician had something up his sleeve. Now, our magician will defy the laws of physics and walk through this solid brick wall. First, he'll demonstrate his amazing powers with the help of this ordinary egg. He pushes the egg into the wall, and it vanishes. Now, on the other side, he magically pulls the egg through the solid wall. Yes, the egg is real. And so's the mess. Now it's the magician's turn to pass through the wall. Special screens are brought out. Watch as his shadow moves toward the wall, then disappears into it. Now the assistant gets a chance to try out her dramatic skills. She acts as if the magician is stuck inside. She looks and listens for any signs of life. The screens are brought around to the other side of the wall, and the process is reversed. Now it seems as if the magician is emerging from the center of the wall. The screens are removed, and the trick is complete. Now let's find out how it was done. For starters, the wall really is made of solid brick, so that's not the trick. As for the egg, well, from this reverse angle, we can see that this is a simple palming trick, like when your favorite uncle makes a quarter disappear, then reappear out of your ear. Take another look from the front. While it looks as if the magician is pushing the egg into the wall, from the reverse shot, we can see it's really just tucked behind his thumb. It remains hidden in his hand as he makes his way to the other side of the wall. From the front, the egg is still concealed from view. But with the reverse angle, we can see how he makes it appear as if the egg is coming straight out of the wall. He cracks it open to prove that he wasn't using a collapsible egg. Now the assistants bring out the screen. A light is turned on so you can see the magician's shadow. Here's what it looks like from the front. As the magician moves toward the wall, our magical lighting director slowly fades the light. It now seems as if the magician has disappeared into the wall. After moving to the side of the screen, he makes his escape. The assistant examining the wall is merely a distraction that allows the magician to get inside the screen. As the assistants move the screen to the other side of the wall, you can clearly see that the magician is walking inside. This must be done carefully, or the audience might see his feet or shadow. That would pretty much ruin the trick. The screen is put back into place and the process is reversed. He moves forward, as if magically materializing from the center of the wall. But we all knew that it was just one big trick.
Still to come, the trick that may reveal the greatest secret of all, the master magician's true identity, when magic's biggest secrets are finally revealed.
I thought you were gonna buy some Bud Light.
Do you see any Bud Light?
No. Well then.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down, make it a Bud Light.
Where'd you find that one?
Behind the milk.
It's happening everywhere. People are discovering Accolade for asthma. Accolade is a non-steroid pill you take daily in the morning and in the evening to help control asthma symptoms all day and while you sleep. If you use a rescue inhaler more than twice a week and are 12 or older, ask your doctor if adding Accolade to your current asthma therapy may help reduce your reliance on your inhaler and help give you more control. However, Accolade is not for acute asthma attacks. For more information about Accolade and a rebate offer, call 1-800-243-2611. Accolade for asthma, because having more control can make a difference. Accolade is generally well tolerated by most patients. Talk to your doctor before changing your current asthma treatment, if you are nursing, taking blood thinners, or if your medical condition worsens. Side effects may include headache, infection, and nausea. To discover more about Accolade for asthma, call today or talk with your doctor.
Wright Incorporated. Oh, hi, Mr. Wright.
Sure, just 1 minute.
Hello, everyone. I've had to cut my vacation short. I'll be in the office in
10 minutes? See you then.
Ericsson mobile phones. That's the power of voice.
I just love doing that. This is for my dad, who worked the night shift to make our lives better. And for myself. For my future.
Be all that you can be. Us grown-up girls know exactly what we want. Of course, we're so much smarter and much more mature.
Metal bars, designed to save your butt. Metal bars, designed to save your skin. Introducing the revolutionary Schick Protector, designed with super sharp blades wrapped in ultra-thin safety wires. And a full pivoting head for incredible closeness. There's no safer shave in the world. Hey, safe feels better. Schick Protector, the feel of smart design.
A wedding.
A promotion.
A proposal.
A betrayal.
A commitment.
A change of heart.
And 2 lifelong promises.
A lot can happen in 24 hours. From the creators of Party of 5, Significant Others premieres Wednesday, March 11th.
It takes more than just secrets to make these illusions appear so amazing. It's the showmanship of the magician that creates the ultimate effect. Let's go back inside. For his next trick, the masked magician will bring this ancient suit of armor to life. His assistants wheel out a large crate and move it into position. Both the front and back doors are opened, and the magician makes his entrance. Piece by piece, he begins to build the suit of armor. It is made of solid steel and once fully constructed will weigh more than a full-grown man. This is one of magic's oldest illusions. Some believe that it dates back more than a century. As the suit begins to take shape, you can almost feel the life force flowing into the armor. At least I can. The magician fastens the right arm to the torso. Let me assure you that there is no place to hide inside the crate. Now for the other arm. He picks up the helmet and puts it in place. Finally, the suit of armor is complete. The doors are closed. First the front door, then the back. But wait, the magician has forgotten one very important piece, the sword. This is supposedly the key to the armor's magical powers. The assistants perform a ritual dance. I'm not sure if that's going to help bring the suit of armor to life, but it works for me. When the doors are opened, it looks as if nothing has changed, but looks can be deceiving. The masked magician holds out the sword. Suddenly, the suit of armor comes to life. How is that possible? Here are the secrets. As the crate is slowly brought out, the magician is already inside. And so is an actor dressed in a suit of armor. Notice that when the crate is opened, the back door is opened a split second ahead of the front door. This gives our actor just enough time to hide from view. This simple misdirection makes it appear as if the crate was always empty. Now the magician assembles the suit of armor. Once the front door is closed, the magic really begins. Our actor hustles inside the crate and moves the suit of armor into position so it can be concealed from the audience's view. Outside, our dancers are doing a great job of distracting the audience. This is important because it takes our actor quite some time to strap the suit of armor to the back door. So when the door swings open, the empty suit of armor will be out of view and our actor can take its place. The front door is opened, and the audience has no idea that they are looking at a duplicate suit of armor. Our suit of armor comes to life, and the masked magician has done it again. For his next trick, the masked magician will shoot an arrow straight through his assistant's body, without drawing even a trace of blood. He blindfolds the assistant in order to spare her the horror of looking down the barrel of a loaded gun. The magician moves across the stage and is handed a specially designed rifle. He checks the barrel, then asks for the ammunition he'll need to discharge his weapon. The gun is cocked and ready. Now for the arrow. Since it will be traveling at a high rate of speed, he ties a ribbon around it so you can follow its path through our assistant's body and into the target. He loads the arrow into the barrel of the gun. Now he's ready to fire. He gets down on one knee, takes aim, bullseye. You can see that the ribbon has traveled straight through our assistant's stomach and into the target. That's gotta hurt. Let's watch it again. The arrow passes through her body, and into the center of the bullseye. But where's the blood? And what is the secret? In order to understand how this complicated illusion is achieved, let's check out each of the elements. First, the gun. While it is real, it never actually fires. The shell is a blank that merely creates a puff of smoke when the trigger is pulled. Next, the arrow. Although it's loaded into the gun, it never leaves the barrel. The end of the ribbon is tied to a thin piece of fishing line that is virtually invisible to the naked eye. The fishing line runs behind the magician's arm and body to keep it hidden from view. The ribbon is loosely wrapped around the arrow so it will easily slip off during the trick. When the illusion begins, the fishing line is already strung along a path that runs from the ribbon, across the floor, and into a metal tube concealed beneath our assistant's dress. The fishing line enters the tube, goes around her body, out the back of the tube, and into a hole in the center of the target. See our magical stagehand behind the target? He's there for a reason.